Good morning. My name is James Valentine, and welcome to the externally led, patient-focused drug development meeting on low-grade serous ovarian cancer. I'm here in the studio with my co-host, Nicole Andrews, the board chair of STAAR Ovarian Cancer, and we're coming to you live from the DC metropolitan area, actually not too far from where the U.S. Food and Drug Administration's headquarters are located. It's my pleasure to turn it over to Nicole to provide some opening remarks. Nicole?
Thank you, James, and hello, everyone. Welcome to the externally led, patient-focused drug development meeting on low-grade serous ovarian cancer, or LGSOC. My name is Nicole Andrews, and I'm the board chair of STAAR Ovarian Cancer, or STAAR. Our foundation's mission is to advocate and fund research for low-grade serous ovarian cancer. We also raise awareness about ovarian cancer, especially focusing on educating younger women because, as you will learn today, LGSOC disproportionately affects younger women. A special welcome to the many staff members of the U.S. Food and Drug Administration who are taking the time today to be with us. Thank you for giving us permission to hold this meeting. We're excited to have you with us and hope to leave you with a wealth of new information today from our amazing patients. Thank you to our industry sponsor and organizational partners, Verastem Oncology, Cure Our Ovarian Cancer, and the World Ovarian Cancer Coalition, Ovarian Cancer Research Alliance, National Ovarian Cancer Coalition, and the LGSOC doctors and researchers who helped guide us. We are very pleased to have in attendance representatives from industry, federal agencies, and physician scientists from across the world. Thank you for joining us today. Most importantly, I want to welcome the LGSOC community, whose lives have been directly impacted by low-grade serous ovarian cancer. Today's meeting is the result of many months of planning and people working together behind the scenes. I want to extend my deep gratitude to everyone who has had a hand in preparing for this meeting. We are grateful for this opportunity to ensure patient and family perspectives are considered in the drug development and regulatory processes. The team at STAAR Ovarian Cancer has had the great privilege of talking to numerous patients with low-grade serous ovarian cancer. These conversations have left a lasting impression on each member of our STAAR team, as we have seen the heavy toll that this disease and its current treatments take on LGSOC women and their families, a toll that I can appreciate as I, too, am a low-grade serous ovarian cancer patient. We know that low-grade serous ovarian cancer has major impacts on quality of life, both physically and emotionally. Many LGSOC patients went months and years without a correct diagnosis. By the time they are diagnosed, the disease is in advanced stage, and there is a high likelihood that their reproductive organs will need to be removed, permanently changing their lives. The available treatments leave many LGSOC patients with chronic pain, as well as anxiety and depression about their futures. Living with this disease can be unpredictable and filled with unknowns. Patients with LGSOC find themselves asking many questions. Will my disease progress, and if so, how fast? Will there be another treatment to try if my current treatments stop working? How will this disease affect my family? Will my daily pain or other side effects ever stop? In addition to living with the disease itself, there are side effects from current treatments. The long healing from major abdominal surgery, with many women developing large abdominal hernias, daily, sometimes debilitating joint and bone pain, the deterioration of bones, the menopause symptoms, the vaginal dryness, the hair loss. As you will hear today, many living with LGSOC are severely affected by their condition. Younger women who are faced with never being able to give birth, women suffering from neuropathy and being unable to complete tasks needed for their work, intimacy issues leading to terrible guilt, and the anxiety and depression affecting relationships and work. Despite these manifestations of LGSOC and the daily symptoms those with LGSOC experience, there is no FDA-approved treatment to stop the progression of this disease. We hope you will remember the stories you hear today. They are just a small number of our global community, and we hope that you will remember the great need that exists for new therapies for LGSOC. I want to express my appreciation to the investigators working in labs all around the world, striving toward a better understanding of basic and translational science and moving us closer to future clinical trials. Our hope is that this meeting will encourage future research and successful new product development for people living with LGSOC, people who urgently need better treatment options. For our LGSOC patients and families, we invite you to call or write in during the program, and we ask you to stay with us and participate in remote polling throughout the meeting. We want to hear as many perspectives as possible, and we'll do our best to get to as many of your comments as possible. When participating today, please only use your first name and state or country. No other identifying information should be shared. Be assured that any comments we are unable to discuss live are still very important and will be included in the Voice of the Patient report, a summary of this special day. To begin today's meeting, I am delighted to introduce our speaker from the FDA, Dr. Leyla Amiri-Kordestani. Dr. Amiri-Kordestani works in the Office of Oncologic Diseases in the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research at the FDA. This is the part of the FDA that regulates new drug treatments for various forms of cancer. Dr. Amiri-Kordestani will provide some opening comments from the FDA perspective. Dr. Amiri-Kordestani, over to you.
Thank you for your kind introduction. Hello, everyone. Thank you all for being part of this externally led patient-focused drug development meeting and sharing your experiences with us. I would also like to thank STAAR Ovarian Cancer Foundation and all of the staff that were involved in planning this meeting. I'm a hematologist oncologist and division director of Division of Oncology 1. I joined FDA in 2012 and have been involved in development of many new cancer therapies. Our division regulates the development of new drugs for treatments of many solid tumors, including low-grade serous ovarian cancer. Our staff continues to learn from patients' experiences, and many still see oncology patients in addition to regulating the oncology drug development. Low-grade serous ovarian cancer is a rare disease estimated to represent less than 10% of new ovarian cancer patients. It is differentiated from high-grade serous ovarian cancer with different histological presentation, molecular profile, and clinical outcomes. Low-grade serous ovarian cancer is often diagnosed in young patients when the cancer is at an advanced stage. It can exhibit a chemo-resistant nature, which is associated with a poor response to chemotherapy. Once recurrent, patients are typically treated with chemotherapies available for high-grade serous ovarian cancers, despite a demonstrated chemoresistance, resulting in a much lower therapeutic benefit to toxicity ratio as compared to the established benefit in high-grade serous ovarian cancer. Dr. Gershenson will give a complete overview of this disease in the next talk. There are no FDA-approved therapies specifically indicated for the treatment of recurrent low-grade serous ovarian cancer. We recognize that there is more progress to be made and more work to be done to further advance the treatment and management of low-grade serous ovarian cancer. Given the rarity of disease, recently conducted prospective randomized trials were challenging and very slow to enroll. Additionally, the relatively slower growing course of this disease have shown to require many years of follow-up to complete these trials. While FDA plays a critical role in drug development, we're just one part of the process. Externally led patient-focused drug development meeting, among other FDA efforts shown on this slide, give FDA and other key stakeholders, including medical product developers, healthcare providers, and federal partners, an important opportunity to hear directly from patients, their families, caregivers, and patient advocates about the symptoms that matter most to them and the impact the disease has on patients' daily lives. We would like to hear what specific things patients with low-grade serous ovarian cancer look for in an ideal treatment to manage their condition. This will help inform the focus of new drug and device development and future clinical trials. Once again, we're all here today to hear the voice of the patient. So thank you for your participation. We're grateful to each of you for being here and sharing your personal stories, experiences, and perspectives. Now back to studio.
Thank you, Dr. Amiri Kordestani. Next, we have the privilege of hearing from Dr. David Gershenson. He is an unparalleled authority in the field of low-grade serous ovarian cancer, with over 46 years of dedicated experience at the University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center. Dr. Gershenson has not only been a professor in the Department of Gynecologic Oncology and Reproductive Medicine, he also served as its chair. His profound insights into LGSOC are the result of extensive clinical and translational research, making him the foremost authority in this field. Dr. Gershenson chaired the NRG Oncology's Rare Tumor Committee for an impressive 13 years and co-chaired the NCI's Gynecologic Cancer Steering Committee for 6 years, showcasing his pivotal role in shaping cancer research. His leadership roles include medical societies, and currently he leads the International Consortium for the Study of Low-Grade Serous Ovarian Cancer. Now, without further ado, Dr. Gershenson, we eagerly await your insights. Over to you, Dr. Gershenson.
Thank you so much, Nicole, for that kind introduction, and thank you for the opportunity to present this brief overview of a rare ovarian cancer cell type of low-grade serous ovarian cancer. These are my disclosures. So of the almost 20,000 women who are diagnosed with ovarian cancer in the United States each year, the vast majority are diagnosed with a type called epithelial ovarian cancer. The most common subtype within this category is high-grade serous carcinoma that accounts for approximately 60% of all epithelial ovarian cancers. And then there are 4 rare subtypes: clear cell, mucinous, endometrioid, and low-grade serous carcinoma that accounts for less than 10% of all epithelial ovarian cancers. Prior to 2004, there were 2 3-tier histologic grading systems used to diagnose serous carcinomas. The Shimizu Silverberg grading system used the criteria of architectural pattern, cytologic atypia, and mitotic count, while the FIGO grading system used architectural features mainly focused on the amount of solid growth. However, during this whole era, no single system was universally used. There were no criteria for defining precise thresholds between the various grades, and this led to a significant inter-observer variability in the assignment of grade. In 2004, the MD Anderson group, after an experience of almost 15 years, reported the binary MD Anderson grading system for serous carcinoma, distinguishing low-grade serous carcinoma from high-grade serous carcinoma, with the primary criterion of nuclear atypia, and then using mitotic count as a secondary feature. Notably, 60% of these low-grade serous carcinomas in this study contained associated serous borderline tumor, suggesting that serous borderline tumor may actually be a precursor. This is a table from that study of the 100 cases analyzed, and they compared the three-tier FIGO grading system with the binary MD Anderson grading system. And what they found is that grade 1 FIGO correlated very well with low-grade serous carcinoma in the binary system. Likewise, grade 3 FIGO correlated very well with the high-grade serous carcinoma in the binary system. The problem was in the grade 2 category. Subsequent studies then basically showed that the binary grading system was much better than these three-tier grading systems for diagnosing and distinguishing low-grade serous carcinomas from high-grade serous carcinomas. This binary grading system was subsequently embraced worldwide and eventually adopted by the World Health Organization. This is a photomicrograph of a typical low-grade serous carcinoma showing a very uniform pattern with mild atypia, nuclear atypia, and a low mitotic count. We also know that calcifications, or so-called psammoma bodies, are frequently found in both serous borderline tumors and low-grade serous carcinomas. Starting in 1981, this is a 30-year landscape of gynecologic oncology group phase 3 clinical trials for advanced epithelial ovarian cancers. And it's notable that all of the epithelial ovarian cancer cell types, high-grade serous, and then the 4 rare types, were all eligible for inclusion in these clinical trials. And what that resulted in was obscuring the impact of treatment on these rare subtypes that were included in the trials and only accounted for a very small proportion of the tumors. And so we understood that we really needed to do something different. The first decade of the 21st century really represented an inflection point for low-grade serous carcinoma. In 2003, the Human Genome Project was almost completed, and we were beginning to learn a lot more about the molecular biology of low-grade serous carcinoma and other rare cell types. As I mentioned, in 2004, the MD Anderson binary grading system for serous carcinoma was introduced, and then a year later, the Gynecologic Oncology Group established the Rare Tumor Committee. And we set about developing phase 2 clinical trials for specific rare epithelial ovarian cell types, including low-grade serous carcinoma. Several of these trials had a translational research component, and many of them paired a young investigator with a mentor, so that by 2007, the initial rare tumor clinical trials were activated. These are several clinical characteristics associated with low-grade serous carcinoma. As I mentioned, it represents less than 10% of epithelial ovarian cancers. It's diagnosed at a younger age, median of age 45, compared to high-grade serous carcinoma, where the median is 63. Consequently, fertility preservation is of greater concern compared to the overall ovarian cancer population. 90% of patients with low-grade serous carcinoma are Caucasian. We also know that it may arise de novo or following a diagnosis of a serous borderline tumor, again, underscoring the potential precursor lesion of serous borderline tumor. It may originate in the ovary or peritoneum. And like high-grade serous carcinomas, about 80% of cases are diagnosed in the stage 3 category. However, in contradistinction, compared to high-grade serous carcinoma, low-grade serous carcinoma is less sensitive to chemotherapy. Low-grade serous carcinoma is characterized by a prolonged overall survival, with the median overall survival in the 135 to 150 month range compared to high-grade serous carcinoma, where the median overall survival is in the 40 to 60 month range. And nevertheless, approximately up to 80% of patients with low-grade serous carcinoma may eventually relapse. This table highlights the relative chemoresistance of low-grade serous carcinoma. In primary adjuvant chemotherapy trials from Germany, they found that the response rate of low-grade serous carcinoma was 23% versus 90% for high-grade serous carcinomas. In the neoadjuvant setting, response rate of low-grade serous carcinoma 11% versus 75% for high-grade serous carcinomas. And then in the recurrent setting, multiple retrospective studies and clinical trials have shown a response rate of low-grade serous carcinoma in the range of 3 to 13%, whereas high-grade serous carcinomas that are recurrent have response rates to chemotherapy of 15 to 30%. Low-grade serous carcinoma is not a major part of the hereditary cancer syndrome. We now know that only about 5% of women who have low-grade serous ovarian cancer have an associated BRCA1 or BRCA2 mutation. In this study from Denmark, the investigators analyzed 885 women with serous borderline tumors and compared them with age-matched controls, 13,000 age-matched controls, women without serous borderline tumors. And they found that on the left, those features or those factors were associated with a decreased risk of serous borderline tumor, high parity, older age at first birth, and the use of oral contraceptives, whereas infertility and hormone replacement therapy were associated with a higher risk of serous borderline tumor and by implication, probably low-grade serous carcinoma as well. These are the prognostic factors that have been studied in low-grade serous carcinoma over the past 2 decades. On the left are the ones that have emerged from multiple studies. So we know that age is a factor and that younger patients have a somewhat worse prognosis than older patients at the time of diagnosis. Like most cancers, advanced stage is associated with a worse outcome. Residual disease is an important prognostic factor in that women who have primary surgery with no gross or what's called microscopic residual disease at the completion of the surgery have a better prognosis than women who have macroscopic disease. And then finally, women whose tumors contain a mutation in the MAP kinase pathway, mainly KRAS, BRAF, or NRAS, have a better prognosis than women whose tumors do not contain one of those mutations. On the right are some potential prognostic factors that have emerged in 1 or more studies, but really require further investigation. And we see from those results that a history of a prior borderline tumor, the peritoneal versus an ovarian etiology, and the presence of extensive pseudomonas calcifications may be associated with a better overall prognosis. This slide highlights the importance of residual disease, both in primary surgery and in secondary surgery. And as you can see, women who had microscopic or no gross residual disease at completion of both primary surgery and secondary surgery had a better progression-free survival than those women who had macroscopic residual disease. And the same trends hold for overall survival as well. We also have learned a lot about the molecular biology of low-grade serous carcinoma over the past 2 decades. We know that it is very similar to hormone receptor positive breast cancer. At least 90% of low-grade serous carcinomas are estrogen receptor positive. And we also know, like HR positive breast cancer, younger women may have a worse prognosis than older women. Low-grade serous carcinoma also responds to anti-estrogen endocrine therapy in multiple clinical settings, include the adjuvant setting, neoadjuvant setting, maintenance, and the recurrent setting. We also know that the MAP kinase pathway, or the RAS-RAF-MEK-ERK pathway, plays a prominent role in the pathogenesis of low-grade serous carcinoma. In this study from 2015, 79 cases of low-grade serous carcinoma underwent direct Sanger sequencing for either a KRAS or BRAF mutation, and we were able to identify 21 of those 79 cases that contained a mutation. The remainder did not. And we found, surprisingly, that those women whose tumors contained a BRAF or KRAS mutation had a significantly better overall survival than those women whose tumors were wild type. These three studies were published in the last year or so and used next generation sequencing, and they really validated the findings of that 2015 study. What is notable from this slide in the table is that a little bit over 50% of low-grade serous carcinomas have a mutation in the MAP kinase pathway, principally either KRAS, NRAS, or BRAF. Also, in each one of these studies, the women whose tumors contained one of these three mutations had a better overall prognosis or outcome than women whose tumors did not contain one of those mutations. This is a snapshot of the largest cohort within those three studies, study of 215 women with low-grade serous carcinoma who underwent next-generation sequencing. And the women with MAP kinase mutated tumors had a significantly better overall survival compared to those without MAP kinase mutated tumors, median overall survival of 147.8 months versus 89.5 months. And interestingly, there was also an intersection with age in that younger patients had a lower frequency of these MAP kinase pathway associated mutations, and hence a little bit of a worse prognosis. In conclusion, I would like to say that this information really provides background for what you will hear later on today from Dr. Grisham in terms of the treatment for low-grade serous carcinomas. And in conclusion, I would like to thank all of the patients and their families who have contributed to many of these studies and clinical trials. They have really been my mentors in learning about this disease. And I would also like to importantly acknowledge the support from STAAR Ovarian Cancer, the Ludeman Family Fund, and the Cure Our Ovarian Cancer website of Jane Ludeman, the MD Anderson Ovarian Cancer Moonshot Program, and the International Consortium for Low-Grade Serous Ovarian Cancer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gershenson. Now, I'd like to introduce James Valentine, our moderator for today, who has been working with us over the past several months to help plan this meeting. James has worked the last 15 years as a champion for the patient voice as part of the regulatory process. He previously worked at the FDA, where he was a patient liaison, helping to incorporate the patient voice into medical product review across the FDA's various medical product centers and review divisions. There he helped to develop and launch the Patient-Focused Drug Development Initiative. Thank you, James, for helping make our voices heard today. You should know that in private practice, James has worked with many patient organizations to ensure their community voices are heard by decision makers. James has been involved in helping plan and moderate many of the over 75 externally led patient-focused drug development meetings. So we are in good hands with James. And now, over to you, James.
Well, thank you so much, Nicole, for that kind introduction. It's such a pleasure to have the opportunity to engage with and hear from so many living with LGSOC today, and I'm really looking forward to diving into that, and we're going to be getting to that very shortly. So now that we've heard a clinical overview from a disease expert, we will turn to the core of today's meeting, which is hearing from you, people living with LGSOC and their parents, spouses, and other direct caregivers. As we've heard, patient-focused drug development is a more systematic way of gathering patient perspectives on their condition and on available treatments. As you heard from FDA's Dr. Amiri Kordestani, your input can help inform the agency's understanding of LGSOC to inform drug development and review. While FDA has held many of its own patient-focused drug development, or PFDD, meetings, today marks the 78th externally led PFDD. As we heard from Dr. Gershenson, LGSOC is quite rare, and with over 10,000 known rare conditions alone, this is such a unique and important opportunity for this community to be heard. Today's meeting is interactive, so let me tell you a little bit about what we'll be asking of you and how today's meeting will be organized. First, the meeting will be organized into 2 overarching sessions. In the first session, which will be this morning, we'll be exploring the patient and caregiver experience of living with LGSOC and its impact on you and your loved ones' daily lives. In our second session, which will be this afternoon, we'll bring everyone back together to explore the various approaches to treatment, including participating in clinical trials, and we'll also be asking for your preferences for future treatments. So what will these 2 discussions look like? Well, today we'll primarily be using 3 different methods. First, we're going to start by hearing from panels of patients and caregivers of individuals living with LGSOC. These panels will help set a good foundation for the discussion, and our panelists reflect a range of experiences with LGSOC, but we know that those panel experiences can't reflect the full range of experiences, which is why they're helping get us kicked off, and will help then us transition into a facilitated audience discussion that will bring in all of you, our patients and caregivers who are tuned in live today. We're going to ask that you share and tell your stories, help build on what we heard from the panels. I'll be asking questions and invite you to state your name and provide a comment. This can be done in one of 2 ways. We'll want you to dial in by phone or provide written comments. You'll also see that we'll have a Zoom panel of patients living with LGSOC who will be sharing their stories along the way as well. Finally, throughout the program today, we're going to be broadening our understanding of the experiences of our patients and caregivers in the audience by using polling questions. We'll be asking that patients and direct caregivers only use their phone or a web browser to respond. So as you're following along today, you'll be able to complete those polling questions. And we actually want to ask you now to go ahead and get into our polling system, as we'll be getting to some polling questions in just a few moments. Once you get to this webpage, you'll be able to stay on it throughout the entire day. So at this point, if you can go ahead and pull out your phone and open up a web browser, or you can open up a new tab on the web and go to www.pollev.com/LGSOC. Again, feel free to go there now, www.pollev.com/LGSOC, and we'll get to polling very soon. We'll be using these polling questions to broaden the discussion and get you all thinking in the audience about some of the issues that we'd like to hear about. So I'd like to also mention that there will be an opportunity, if you aren't able to share everything that you would like today, to provide written comments for 30 days after the meeting, or if you're watching this on demand, as it will be available after today's live meeting, know that you too can submit written comments for 30 days after the meeting. All of today's input and all of that additional written input will be summarized in a Voice of the Patient report, which will be provided to FDA and made available for researchers and drug developers. So one last thing before we get into our first set of polling questions, I want to cover a few ground rules. We encourage people living with LGSOC, and again, their parents, spouses, or any other direct caregivers, to contribute to the dialogue. Again, you can do so through polling, calling in by phone, and submitting written comments. The discussion today is limited to patients, family members, and other caregivers that are of people living with LGSOC. Meanwhile, our colleagues at the Food and Drug Administration, at drug development companies, as well as clinicians and researchers are invited to be here today, but they're here to listen only. I also want to mention that views expressed today are inherently personal, and the discussion may get emotional at times. So respect for one another is paramount. And to that end, try to be focused and concise in your comments so we can hear as many voices as possible. So without further ado, let's get into our first set of polling questions, which are a set of questions to help us get an understanding of who we have in our audience today. Again, please go ahead and go to www.pollev.com/LGSOC, and that's pollev.com/LGSOC. Our first question for you today is we want to know, are you either A, someone living with LGSOC, or B, a caregiver of someone living with LGSOC? We'll give you a few moments here to get into this first polling question, even though it's a simple one to answer. I promise these questions get harder as the day goes on. Will require a little bit more time to think about, but we do want to try to get everyone, all of our patients and caregivers, into the polling system, so you'll be able to answer all of our questions as we move through them. And just so you know, once you get to this page, you just can keep this up. And anytime we go to a new polling question in the program, it will automatically appear there. So you don't need to continuously log in throughout the day. So it looks like nearly over 85% of our audience are actually people living with LGSOC. And then we have around 15% of our audience are caregivers, so family members, close friends, others that provide direct care for someone living with LGSOC. If we go to our second polling question. So here we'd like to know where you reside, or if you're a caregiver, we're going to ask that you answer questions on behalf of the person that you care for. So likely you live probably in the same area, but if for some reason that's not the case currently, please answer on behalf of the person living with LGSOC. And so we want to know, where do you reside? A, U.S. Pacific time zone, B, U.S. Mountain Time, C, U.S. Central Time, D, U.S. Eastern Time, E, U.S. Alaska Time, F, U.S. Hawaii Time, G, Europe, H, Middle East, I, Asia, J, Canada, K, Mexico, or L, some other country or region not otherwise listed here as a response option. So we'll give just one more moment in case anyone hasn't had a chance to answer this question. As it stands, it looks about like half of our audience today is on the U.S. Eastern Time Zone. I expect we'll probably get a little bit more representation on the more Western time zones as gets a little later in the morning there. But we do have great representation across all of the major U.S. time zones, as well as representation from Europe. So thank you for those of you who are joining us from outside of the U.S. We very much encourage you and welcome you into the discussion today. Please feel free to call and write in as well. If we can go to our third polling question. So here we want to know, how old is the individual with LGSOC? So if that's for most of you, that's yourself. The options here are A, 11 to 18 years of age, B, 19 to 20 years, C, 21 to 30, D, 31 to 40, E, 41 to 50, F, 51 to 60, G, 61 to 70, H, 71 years of age or older, or I, if unfortunately the individual impacted with LGSOC has passed away. So we'll give you a few more moments here to get in your responses. I see some responses still trickling in here as we get a good understanding of who we have represented in our audience today. So it looks like about a third of our audience, the person living with LGSOC that's represented, again, mostly by patients themselves, but also some caregivers, is the age range between 41 and 50 years of age. about a fifth of our audience being in the 31 to 40 year age range, but we do also have good representation in the 21 to 30, 51 to 60, and 61 to 7 age ranges, as well as representation from caregivers of individuals who have passed away with LGSOC. If we can move to our fourth polling question. So here we want to know, what age were you or your loved one diagnosed with LGSOC? So whereas our previous question was about current age, here we want to know about age of diagnosis. The options are A, 11 to 18, B, age 19 to 20, C, between ages 21 and 30, D, 31 to 40, E, 41 to 50, F, 51 to 60, G, 61 to 70, or H, age 71 years or older. Again, this is age of initial diagnosis with LGSOC. So what's interesting to me as I'm seeing results come in is there's about a decade shift earlier in kind of the bars that we're seeing, with now 31 to 40 being kind of the greatest group represented in terms of age of diagnosis. But now we're seeing the bars in those lower age ranges be larger in the 21 to 30, and of course in the 19 to 20 age range, we're seeing a number of individuals diagnosed in that age range represented here today. Good representation across individuals diagnosed, everything from age 19 through age 70. And we have one more polling question here, again, to get a sense of our audience, which is, which of the following best describes you or your loved one's current condition? And so the options here are A, my cancer is localized and has not spread outside of my ovaries and or local lymph nodes. B, my cancer has spread or metastasized to other parts of my body. C, I've been treated for my cancer and currently have no evidence of disease. D, if you're unsure. And E, if your loved one has passed away from LGSOC. Or F, if there's some other way that you would best describe you or your loved one's condition that you don't feel is well represented by the other options here presented in this question. We have a few more moments to make sure everybody has a chance to answer this polling question. We're seeing that we have just over half of our audience representing individuals whose cancer has spread or metastasized to other parts of their body. We're seeing about a little less than a third of our audience that have been treated and currently have no evidence of disease. We're seeing over 5% of people who have cancer that's localized still, has not spread, as well as a similar number of people whose loved ones have passed away as a result of LGSOC. No one is reporting that they're either unsure of their current condition or other best represents their current condition. So I want to thank everybody for participating in this first set of polling questions. Again, please feel free to keep this web page open. We'll be coming to polling questions throughout the session today. You'll be able to answer those as we get to those questions a little later. But at this point, I'd like to introduce our first topic, our morning session of what it is to live with LGSOC. And we're going to pull up here some discussion questions to give you an idea of some of the things that we'd like for you to think about, and we'd like to have you call in and write in to tell us about. So we want to know, of all your symptoms of LGSOC, past or present, which one to three of those symptoms have had the most significant impact on your life? We want to know, how does LGSOC and the various symptoms and health effects affect you, maybe on your best days versus your worst days? We want to not only hear just about those direct symptoms and health effects, but we want to know what the condition and both the symptoms and health effects, but also the broader impacts of the condition have on your life. So we're going to ask, are there specific activities that are important to you that you can't do at all or as fully as you would like because of your LGSOC? And finally, we know that people living with LGSOC have already experienced so much, but we also know that you have to think and worry about your future of living with this condition. So we want to know about those worries and what are those greatest worries or fears for your future or your loved one's future of living with this condition. So to get us started in helping answer some of these questions, it's my pleasure to introduce our first panel of the day. We have Ellie, Laura, Dima, Emma, and Lisa, who will be sharing their stories and with living with LGSOC. Ellie, why don't you take it away?
My name is Ellie. I'm 30 years old and I live in New Jersey with my husband and my 2 dogs. I was diagnosed with stage 3C low-grade serous ovarian cancer in 2021 at the age of 27. Prior to my diagnosis, I had a variety of very vague symptoms that were dismissed by medical professionals, such as bloating, a sudden onset of pain during sex, and extreme fatigue. I now experience a new range of symptoms related to living with this disease. I would say that the most significant symptoms I have are everything that comes along with menopause and what my body has been through. My aromatase inhibitor medication causes an intense version of menopause since it blocks all estrogen from being produced in my body. So I have all of the symptoms of menopause in a heightened state. I'm in constant pain. As a result of menopause, my current treatment and previous chemotherapy, the fatigue and brain fog that I experience now has taken a huge toll on me. Things such as word retrieval and short-term memory are significantly more challenging for me than they were previously. At age 30, chronic joint pain has definitely had a huge impact on my day-to-day, and every single joint in my body aches from my shoulders to my ankles and toes. I'm not able to do some of the things that I used to do or do them to the extent that I would like to. Professionally, I am a teacher of the deaf and I use sign language at work. Due to the pain and stiffness in my hands and fingers, I have had to make time to go to occupational therapy to work on the fluidity of moving my fingers again so that I could continue to be proficient at my job. While these types of therapies help, does not take away the pain, and that is something that I'm learning to live with. Other symptoms of menopause include things like hot flashes and sexual changes. Because I have no estrogen in my body, I also have no libido, and I'm somewhat newly married, and it's something that impacts my life on a day-to-day basis. I want to have sex like I used to. So not only does it impact me, but of course my husband's life. In order to help make sex less painful when I force myself into the mood, I have to regularly use non-hormonal creams to provide any sort of moisture in my vagina. And I'll be losing even more of my free time to coping with the effects of this cancer and treatment as I start a pelvic floor physical therapy routine. I am not able to carry a child, and that has been emotionally devastating for me. After sex, I turn away from my husband so he can't see that I'm holding back tears because his semen has nowhere to go inside my body. It's something that I have to work on every day in therapy to come to terms with and accept. And I just want to be who I was before cancer. A good day for me includes waking up with my hands tightly fisted. I have to stretch them out before I get out of bed, or I won't be able to hold my toothbrush. When I walk to the bathroom, all of my joints crack and ache until I get moving through the morning. Then I go to work where I find myself embarrassed about my slower productivity and memory loss. I cannot adjust to temperature changes and have had to stop teaching in the middle of lessons due to feeling ill from hot flashes. When I get home from work, I'm completely exhausted. I feel sad and guilty that I don't want to jump into bed with my husband. I'm too tired to exercise or play with my dogs. I have to ice or heat my bones and joints regularly. I have osteopenia, and I'm concerned that as I continue to be on an aromatase inhibitor, that I will continue to lose bone density and function in my joints. I'm terrified that the statistics show that most likely my cancer will return, yet we lack treatment options. I'm worried that the side effects of living with this disease will continue to worsen. What will that mean for my marriage if my vagina continues to atrophy? If I lose functioning in my hands, how will I continue to do the job that I love so much? I wish that there was more visibility for people living with this disease and for advancements in the treatment of the disease itself and the side effects that come along with living with low-grade serous ovarian cancer. There are certainly those especially bad days where I just feel absolutely defeated emotionally. I might be scrolling on social media and see a pregnancy announcement and cry for a while over the fact that I've lost my fertility to this disease. Then I spiral more and cry about the people that we've lost to this disease, the lack of awareness, and the terrifying lack of treatment options that will be available to me when I likely have a recurrence of disease. Then I take my medication, and if I'm lucky enough to fall asleep between hot flashes, I'll wake up the next day and do it all again. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Laura from England. I'm 37 years old and mother to Dylan, who was 13, and Amelia, who was 11. My journey with low-grade serous ovarian cancer started back in 2016 when I was diagnosed with stage 3C. This was discovered when I ended up in hospital with pain in my pelvis. The doctors originally thought this was down to my appendix, but a scan showed large ovarian cysts and later a biopsy showed cancer. 2 surgeries later, I had a discussion with the oncologist and it was decided that a total hysterectomy and chemotherapy would be the route for me. After all, I am one of the lucky ones. I already have my children. However, this still was not an easy decision, as who knew what the future would hold. And as it happens, I'm now with a new partner, and the decision to ever have a child together has been taken away from me. After the chemo, I was no evidence of disease until this year, when I learned the cancer had reared its ugly head again. I knew even before the blood work and CT scan results were in, that it was back. I felt exactly the same as I had 7 years ago. I was bloated and had severe pain in my pelvis and lower back. The blood work and the scans confirmed what I already knew, and I now find myself living with LGSOC. Being thrown into surgical menopause at the age of 29 was utterly horrendous. I knew when I woke from surgery, I felt different. I wasn't myself, and the moment the first hot sweat hit me was like a slap in the face. They take over your whole body, and within seconds you're drenched in sweat. The weight gain has been hard. I've never been a particularly slim person, but this is a different type of weight gain. It doesn't matter how little you eat, it still finds a way of clinging onto my tummy, and it really gets me down. The sleepless nights when the rest of the house are sleeping and I find myself alone in my own head is a very lonely place to be. The bad thoughts take over. The thoughts of my parents having to bury their daughter, my children having to bury their mother. It's heartbreaking, it really is. The weight gain, hot sweats and sleepless nights definitely hit me hardest, and I found myself slipping into depression. The side effects from the cancer, previous chemo and menopause all became too much. Looking back, before my diagnosis, the first symptoms for me were severe lower back pain and discomfort in my pelvis and the bloating. The lower back pain is constant and still with me after 7 years. It makes even the shortest of walks unbearable. It feels like there are heavy bricks attached to my back, and it aches so much. The discomfort in my pelvis is constant too. It feels like pressure and pushing and makes sex uncomfortable. This also really gets me down. The bloating makes every meal feel like a chore. Feeling so full that my insides are going to burst open. And as a bigger lady who was already self-conscious about my weight, the bloating makes it 100 times worse. On a bad day, I just don't want to get out of bed. Going back to the hot sweats, I mentioned earlier I have a new partner, and it should be fun and exciting. Well, not when you're constantly dripping in sweat. I'm worried what he will think of me. Does it repulse him? Does it make him not want to touch me? It's so embarrassing. And this leads me onto my mental health, which has suffered dramatically since my diagnosis. There is a constant battle in my head, the not knowing how long I have left, being told at 37 that the cancer is incurable, knowing that I'll be living with the side effects for the rest of my life, always wondering how many Christmases and hospitals I'll have left with my children. Maybe it would be easier knowing how long I'm going to be around for. Then there is the unbearable guilt I feel. I feel it towards my children. I brought these little people into the world, and in the not so far future, maybe I'll be leaving them without a mother. My parents, my siblings, my partner and family, the hurt I see in them because of my diagnosis is heartbreaking. I'd like to sit here and say the side effects and mental impact gets easier. For me, it doesn't. This is my life now, battling with pain, constant discomfort and depression. There is no light at the end of my tunnel.
Hello, my name is Dima. I'm 44 years old. I'm a lucky mom to 3 teenagers, 16 years old triplets. They are 2 girls and a boy. I am a sister, I'm a daughter, and I'm a wife. I have a successful career and a full life. I've been dealing with malfunctioning ovaries ever since I could remember. Painful, heavy, and irregular periods ever since I could remember. I've seen more gynecologists and doctors than I care to remember. I've been brushed off, told everything I am experiencing was normal. It's nothing to worry about. Also more times than I care to remember. At 21, I had 1 ovary and a portion of another removed due to borderline ovarian cancer after a large mass was discovered. A few years later, I had what's left of my other ovary removed due to a reoccurrence of the borderline ovarian cancer. Menopause in all of its glory hit me hard. Birth control followed by hormone replacement therapy was my doctor's answers. That meant more heavy, more irregular, long, and very painful periods while dealing with menopause and the fact that I no longer had my ovaries in my 20s. I can't really put it into words, especially at a young age, what it feels like. Are you coming down with something? People would ask me when I had one of my hot flashes. It's menopause, I would reply. They would giggle and say, right. No one really understood my struggle. I mean, how could they? A young female in my 20s, full of life, but yet I'm dealing with menopause in silence. Believe it or not, though, I was one of the lucky ones. I was able to harvest eggs prior to my last surgery. At 28, I would be blessed with my triplets. In my 30s, pain got worse. The periods got heavier and more irregular. I was dealing with abdominal pain. At that point, I had to use FMLA because of how severe it got and how frequent it was. I also started exhibiting new symptoms like frequent urination. I repeatedly asked for answers. I repeatedly asked for tests. I would be told that the pain is probably due to the multiple surgeries and that my other symptoms could be explained with getting older and the fact that I carry triplets. In 2020, in the middle of the pandemic that we all dealt with, my pain and discomfort got to a whole new different level. An ultrasound would reveal ascites, which at the time I did not know what it was. A CAT scan a few days later would reveal ovarian cancer. I'm a woman who got ovarian cancer more than a decade after getting my ovaries removed. Terrified doesn't even begin to explain what I was feeling, but I was very angry too. And then I had to deal with all the what ifs. I went on an emotional and a mental roller coaster. What did I do wrong? I was experiencing ovarian cancer symptoms for years by that time. Oncologists actually confirmed that I probably did have ovarian cancer for years before it was finally discovered. A major surgery to try to remove all the low-grade serous ovarian cancer was performed, which again would determine that's exactly my diagnosis, low-grade ovarian cancer. A few weeks later, I started chemotherapy. I was so desperate for treatment that I consented to chemotherapy, knowing all the awful side effects, knowing it will probably do nothing to the cancer because chemotherapy is not an effective treatment for low-grade serous ovarian cancer. I was supposed to have 6 infusions. I ended up with 4 out of the 6 because chemotherapy nearly killed me. I nearly needed another blood transfusion. I could not get up from my chair without running out of breath. I lost all of my hair, my eyelashes. I lost me. It was a terrible time for me. My oncologist recommended that I stop at 4 treatment. As I suspected, low-grade serous carcinoma was not affected at all by that chemo treatments. So after being on hormone replacement therapy prior to the surgery, I was finally put on the right treatment, that being hormone blockers after the surgery and after finishing my 4 infusions of chemotherapy. There is a misconception about cancer treatment and options out there. People think that cancer treatments came a long way. And that's true for a lot of the cancers, for most of the cancers, but not for low-grade serous carcinoma. Currently, most of our options come from breast cancer. How could that be? We need hope of possible effective treatment for us, hope for better outcomes for me, hope of a life, because I deserve it.
My name is Emma. I'm 29 years old, and I was diagnosed with low-grade serous ovarian cancer at the age of 26. The 3 surgeries and grueling chemotherapy regimens of carbotaxol that followed my cancer diagnosis were unpleasant, but my hair grew back, the scars across my abdomen faded with time, and the tingling and numbness in my limbs dissipated. I'd like to help you understand. This insidious cancer has effects that outlast and outweigh even the most gruesome side effects of cancer treatment. Women in their 20s are told to embody agency and be a girl boss, date who you want, don't have kids until you want, run the world. When you're diagnosed with ovarian cancer as a young woman, you lose agency in so many ways, particularly in the family planning decision-making process. I will never have that moment of waiting in the bathroom with my partner for the pregnancy test result to appear on the test strip. I will never get to give a sonogram photo of the life growing inside of me to my parents or in-laws for Mother's Day or Father's Day. I will never get to feel a baby kick or move inside of me, or have my partner hold my pregnant stomach in amazement of what we have created together. Of course, there are so many ways to build a family in 2023, but this cancer has robbed me of the opportunity to experience any of those moments I have spent my whole life envisioning. While I was privileged enough to freeze my eggs in between surgeries, I will need a surrogate to carry our child, and the expenses of that are inordinate. While most couples my age are saving for things like a first house, their honeymoon, or a car, we save up hundreds of thousands of dollars to pay for a woman to carry our child in organs that I no longer have access to because of this cancer. Aside from the loss of fertility, being diagnosed with menopause at the age of 26 has symbolized a loss of youth and vitality. I take an aromatase inhibitor, letrozole daily, that blocks estrogen and causes very unpleasant side effects such as osteoporosis, joint pain, and exacerbated symptoms of menopause. This drug is not even approved for this cancer, and I have been told I will be taking it until it stops working or until I can no longer handle the side effects, whichever comes first. In turn, I have full-fledged osteoporosis that cannot be reversed. This makes me feel old, fragile, and frankly pathetic. My fiance has inadvertently cracked my ribs from hugging me too tightly. I wake up in pain, and I feel like I'm 100 years old. Every time a new doctor asks me when the last date of my period was or if there's a chance I could be pregnant, I hold back tears and I think, I wish. Without sharing the details of my personal, intimate life, menopause at my age takes a huge toll on a relationship with a partner, both physically and emotionally. I love and desire him more than anything in this world, and yet my body and I are at war. Most people feel betrayed by their bodies when they're diagnosed with cancer, and even though I've had no evidence of disease for over 2 years, I feel betrayed by mine almost every single day. When you lose your fertility and your youth suddenly and dramatically, there's a lot of mourning, resentment, trauma, and anger. There's also fear. Will this scan be the scan? Will this My Chart message be the one showing my CA-125 is above 35 again? Will this Facebook post show another person in our community having a recurrence? Or worse, someone's husband or daughter posting for their wife or mom who is now passed. I have a whole life. I have a whole and full life I want to live, and I deserve better. By the time you're hearing this, I'm on a beach in Colombia on my honeymoon, and I'm about to begin a new chapter of my life with someone who has been by my side through it all. I won't accept the statistics that interrupt my sleep and keep me incessantly refilling my Ativan prescription so that I can take full inhales. I won't accept that we don't have our own medications and treatments. I won't accept having to like post after post of tributes and memorials to women who look like me in their 20s, ready to begin their adult lives, robbed of that opportunity. I won't accept it.
Good morning. My name is Lisa. I lost my beautiful daughter, Lexi, to low-grade serous ovarian cancer 3 months ago. Yesterday would have been her 30th birthday. Lexi had no family or genetic history, and in spite of receiving care from some of the best experts in the world, we lost her within 2 years. Lexi, while not even 5 feet tall, had the spirit of a giant. She was a natural-born leader, a lifelong athlete, extremely intelligent, and was always an advocate and defender for the vulnerable. She traveled the world, and arguably she lived more in her short life than many her seniors. No was never an option for Lexi. She often said, "Mom, there is no losing. There is only giving up." When she was diagnosed, she vowed she was not giving up. Although Lexi appeared to be the picture of health, looking back, she had recurring abdominal pains for much of her life, which had resulted in a cholecystectomy and a hospitalization for what we believed was IBS. The pains became more intolerable, and 2 years ago led her to the emergency department and an emergency ovarian cystectomy. Thankfully, a small single row of cells on the peritoneal wall was biopsied, leading to a diagnosis no one ever wants to hear. Lexi had a wonderful husband, a strong support system, and a medical family. She vowed to beat the odds, staying strong and healthy while awaiting future research. She sailed through the 10-hour debulking surgery and responded beautifully to the standard of care platinum-based chemotherapy with virtually no side effects. In fact, she felt better than she had in years. Lexi was able to eat foods she hadn't tolerated for many years, and that left upper quadrant pain she had felt daily for almost 10 years was completely not present. We now know that pain was probably a result of the cancer. But the gloves were now on for my Lex. She went into gladiator mode and she was ready to take it to the mats. She was featured on TV for Mother's Day, interviewed for podcasts, and her picture was displayed in Times and Piccadilly Squares for World Ovarian Cancer Day. The lack of treatment options and funding for low-grade serous ovarian cancer led Lexi to meet with local and national politicians and personally raise almost $100,000 towards research before her death. During this time, Lexi and her husband David tried their very best to live and thrive. She attended a cancer camp in Maui and learned to surf. The camp physician aptly named her the Little Firecracker. The couple fulfilled a life dream in moving to Manhattan, but Lexi now began a journey of multiple failed treatments. No longer did she sail through without symptoms. She would initially respond to each treatment and endure the terrible side effects, hoping each time this will be the one that holds. Unfortunately, Lexi's cancer was much like she was, very smart and very aggressive. Nothing held. Trametinib destroyed her beautiful face and her scalp. She worked from home so no one could see her. She developed severe gastritis and gastroparesis, resulting in a hospitalization. She developed bilateral pleural effusions, which required permanent drains, expensive supplies, and limited her ability to dress, normally shower, or swim. Still, she fought on. By this time, Lexi had 10,000 Instagram followers, mostly low graders. She began making many videos documenting her experiences, sharing symptoms awareness, tips for living with low grade, and poking fun at the many sad gaps in our systems of care. The disease progressed further. She developed severe lymphedema, anasarca, blood clots, and peritoneal ascites. Her weight was 163 pounds before removing 11 liters of fluid, that's 33 pounds, in a single day. Her true weight was probably about 85 pounds. Activities of daily living were impossible. Just putting on compression stockings alone took over 30 minutes. Finding foods she could eat and try to help her to gain real weight, keeping her labs within normal limits, was a full-time job. She was in severe pain and her mobility was extremely compromised. Another 7 rounds of carboplatin, Avastin, and gemcitabine temporarily improved her status, and Lexi and David enjoyed Broadway shows, Harry Potter Butterbeer, and the Metropolitan Museum of Art. But symptom overload ultimately caused withdrawal of all treatments and disqualified Lexi from a new research study. She became physically and emotionally exhausted. As she said, "Mom, there is no losing. There's only giving up." On June 4th, my little firecracker gave up. I've given you just a glimpse of what these young women experience, but to truly understand, I want you to read Lexi's blog and watch her videos. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lisa, for sharing Lexi's story, and to all of our panelists for being so brave to share first today to help us understand what your lives living with LGSOC truly entail. So now we're at a point in our meeting today where it's our first opportunity to bring in the voices of all of you, the patients and caregivers in our live audience today, to be heard. Before we bring in your voices directly, though, we do have a couple of polling questions we'd like to start with to help us think about some of the topics we would like you to share on. So if you can go ahead at this time, if you kept that browser open, you can go to it. If you've just joined us and you're a patient or a caregiver, please to go to www.pollev.com/LGSOC. Again, that's www.pollev.com/LGSOC. You can keep this web page up throughout the day. Anytime we go to new polling questions, you'll be able to answer those. They'll show up there automatically. So our first question is part of our session on living with LGSOC. We want to know which of the following LGSOC related health concerns have you or your loved one ever had, and please select all that apply. The options are A, fatigue, B, bone or pelvic pain, C, fertility issues, D, menopausal issues, E, tingling, numbness or burning in hands, feet, or limbs, F, vision problems or visual disturbances, G, night sweats, H, abdominal discomfort such as large spleen, early satiety, and gastrointestinal problems, I, problems with sexual relations, J, anxiety or depression, K, some other symptom or health concern that's not otherwise listed here, or L, if you do not currently have any symptoms. One thing I want to point out, this is our first polling question where our audience can select more than one option. And so when you see percentages, you're seeing the percentage of total responses. So that is not the percentage of people or individuals who have selected a response. You can kind of look at the bars as kind of a relative ranking, of the total responses. What I'm seeing here, as it looks like some responses are still trickling in, is that there is a great burden of many health concerns that individuals are living with. Some of the top ones are fatigue, pain, menopausal issues, abdominal discomfort, very close behind that, night sweats, anxiety, depression, and problems with sexual relations. But we see every single thing here selected by many individuals, including some other things that we didn't have listed here. And if you're one of those people that selected other, we don't want to hear just about the most, maybe more common things experienced, but we want to hear about the full range. So we'd encourage you to call and write in as well to share those experiences. If we can move to our second polling question, you'll notice here that the response options look very familiar. But in this question, we want to instead ask you, in thinking about those, to select the top 3 most troublesome of those LGSOC-related health concerns that you or your loved one have ever had. And the options are, again, A, fatigue, B, pain, C, fertility issues, D, menopausal issues, E, tingling, numbness, or burning, F, vision problems and disturbances, G, night sweats, H, abdominal discomfort, I, problems with sexual relations, J, anxiety or depression, K, again, some other LGSOC-related health concern that's not listed on the slide, or L, if you do not currently have any symptoms. So again, this is your top 3 most troublesome. As you're making these selections, I want you to think about why you're picking these as the top. We just saw in the previous question that you have many of you are living with many of these different, or have had many of these different health concerns. But what makes these the ones that are most troublesome to you? We want to hear, what that looks like, how that impacts your daily life. So while we wait for any final responses to come in here, it looks like the top reported most troublesome symptom is fatigue, followed by bone and pelvic pain, as well as anxiety and depression. Close after those, we have problems with sexual relations and abdominal discomfort as top symptoms. We see maybe the third grouping being menopausal issues and fertility issues. But here, every single thing except for the visual problems and disturbances has been rated in some number of people's top 3 most troublesome health concerns. So we're seeing that while some of these may be more commonly selected as a top concern, that these still have risen to the top as being most troublesome for many people. And so we want to hear about those experiences, what makes those your top concerns. And at this time, I'd actually like to invite you, those in our live audience, our patients and caregivers, to consider sharing those live on the program. You can do that. We'd like to invite you to call in. That phone number is 1-703-844-3231. Again, you can call in now or at any time during the program to share your experiences at 1-703-844-3231. I'll also note you can share written comments that we'll be reading some of those throughout the session today. there's a comment box that's under the live stream. On the web page that you're following, just scroll down and you'll see that comment box. You can submit those. And Nicole and I will be sharing those throughout the program, as well. If we don't get to all of the written comments, which, may be an impossible task, we will certainly, they are still important, and we'll be including those in the Voice of the Patient summary report. But while people are considering calling in and writing in, I'd like to now welcome our Zoom panel. These are some of your community members who are going to be sharing some of their experiences on these very topics. And so let's just dive right into it. Maybe Amanda, you can kick us off here. I want you to think about, of the range of all of the different symptoms and health effects as a result of LGSOC that you've experienced. And then you think about that second polling question. What did you select, and how did you even narrow that down to pick a top one or two of those symptoms?
Yeah. Good morning. My name's Amanda. I'm from the Jersey Shore, Philadelphia area, and I was diagnosed with LGSOC in November of 2020 when I was 31 years old. I almost checked off every single one of those symptoms in the first, poll. And then the second one, fatigue, bone pain, joint pain, those are probably, my top two, top three right there.
Sure.
And I can never know if the pain that I'm feeling is coming from the cancer that I still have or it's coming from the medications that I'm on. So I've never been cancer free. I'm on two types of medications right now. They're breast cancer drugs because, we don't have any drugs approved for us right now, and they come with loads of side effects. And I also have, some tumors growing inside. So it's exhausting, living every day with these side effects, not knowing if it's from the medications or if it's from actual cancer. So a lot of things go through your head from day to day for that.
Yeah, and Amanda, thank you for sharing that, and I can't imagine how hard it was to narrow to that, but thank you for sharing that kind of the pain, different types of pain, and then of course the fatigue, seem to be the most troublesome for you. Can you tell me a little bit, are these symptoms that you've had, since diagnosis, or these things that have gotten worse over time? Have they always been your top, most troublesome things you were going through?
Yeah, no, I'm looking back to my prior diagnosis. I was experiencing symptoms for years, but fatigue was not one of them.
Okay.
Pain definitely was. Pain in my abdominal region, bladder. Anytime I went to the bathroom, I was in excruciating pain. And doctors just kind of told me, oh, it's UTIs, kidney stones, everything but cancer. I think all of us on the call, we always got told, they're too young for cancer. I was on birth control pills at the same time too. I had my OBGYN telling me, there's no way you have anything growing inside of you. You're too young, you're on medication to stop anything from growing. So, take some Advil before bed and you'll be fine. And then 2 months later, I wound up in the emergency room with a football-sized tumor, crushing my organs. And, the pain is unbearable. So the pain was there before, pain is still there today, and it's really hard to deal with.
And the pain that's there today, is it a chronic pain that exists, or is it still tied to, or worse, when urinating or any particular times that it's worse for you?
I think most of the time, actually, my pain is in my full body, my joints, bones, my spine, hips.
Okay.
It depends on, how active I am. My job, I'm walking around a lot. I go for, I try to stay active, and actually staying active helps the pain, but then it makes you more tired. So it's that weird balance of, okay, I know I'm doing the right things to stay healthy, to keep my body strong, but it's also making me more tired, and it's a hard battle to figure out.
Yeah, and one just more question, if you don't mind, so I can better understand. So you talked about kind of this. It's almost like everywhere this pain can be. So it's not localized. When you do more activity, it can get worse. I guess in terms of pain level just from day to day? Do you wake up in the morning and know, oh, this is going to be a worse pain day for me, or less? How much does it vary?
Usually my mornings are the worst. I think for a lot of us, I wake up very stiff. My neuropathy is, full blown. The first thing I do every morning is jump in the shower because the warm water kind of helps, waking up, my joints. But I know that if it's cold out, if it's raining out, if it's, I did a lot of activity the day before,
Right.
I'm not moving that great, the day after. I've had to call out of work some days, work from home from some days. It's definitely challenging trying to figure out how to do your day to day when you wake up in pain every morning.
Right. Wow. Well, thank you so much for sharing all of that, Amanda. I want to bring Kat, into the conversation on this as well. What stood out to you, or did, when we asked the question, pop top of your mind as the most troublesome of your symptoms, and can you tell us a little bit about why?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Kat. I'm from Boston, and I was diagnosed with LGSOC in 2019 when I was 19 years old. The ones that I chose were abdominal pain, bone pain, and fatigue. They've kind of changed over time for me, but those three have always been there. And they're somewhat vague, so going to a doctor, it's not super helpful. They're like, okay, well, you could just have like a stomach bug, or you have like a broken bone. It could be anything, really. So it was really, really hard for me personally to get the diagnosis. I went through, the reason I got a diagnosis was I kept going to my gynecologist and saying something was wrong. Something's wrong. No one can figure it out, and something's wrong. And I was sent to a million different doctors, and no one could figure it out. And I finally went to the gynecologist, and they said, look, I've been bleeding for 6 months. No, like, something's wrong. Like, can you help me? And she said, I think it is your depression and anxiety. And that is when I decided to take it into my own hands, and I found a doctor who was willing to do a surgery. I didn't care at that point. I was just, something's wrong with me. Someone needs to figure it out. So I found an endometriosis clinic because I had been told that possibly I had endometriosis. And instead of endometriosis, they found tumors. So I was 19 and a doctor came in and said, I'm going to go get the oncologist. And I looked at my mom and I said, doesn't that mean cancer? And she's like, well, yeah, but you can't have cancer. You're healthy. You're normal. You're a kid. Like, what's going on? And the oncologist came in and said, you have cancer. And so that's where that began. And so I'm still trying to figure out a doctor who can help me, because it's a constant struggle to try to find someone who knows what LGSOC is and wants to help. And I was living in DC at the time when I was diagnosed. So I moved back to Boston because I'm from here originally, thinking that this is the best place in the world to get treatment. And that is not the case. I've had such a struggle trying to find a doctor who knows what LGSOC is and wants to help me. And I've been pushed around to different doctors and still don't have a doctor who knows what to do. Yeah. So it's really frustrating.
Yeah. No, I can't even imagine that frustration and, the uncertainty of not even knowing, what to tie what you're going through and what you're experiencing with your health and symptoms, to what it actually is. But now that you know what it is, to navigate, trying to treat it and mitigate it and be able to live your life. I do want to circle back a little bit to the symptoms that you had mentioned, and you had mentioned that these the three that you picked, the different pain and the fatigue were ones that, while there's been a lot of change in what you've gone through, you mentioned 6 months of bleeding and other things that were maybe more what you were experiencing leading to the diagnosis. Were these three, when you said that, were these the three that have always been constant, or have these three kind of popped up and some of these be maybe fatigue is more of an issue for one period of time or one day, and then pain is more of an issue for a different period of time? Can you kind of describe that a little bit?
Yeah, no, for me it's been since I can remember. Even as a kid I had these symptoms, and My period has never been regular. It's never been normal. And I've always had abdominal pain. And then I had gone through a surgery when I was 17, and they removed what they thought was a mass. They never sent it to pathology. And so I believe that was my first LGSOC tumor, but they told me it was a neuroma. But it was in the same location as my later tumors. So,
Sure.
yeah.
Yeah. And so they've been there, over time. Have they, are they any different or worse today than they were in the past, or has that been pretty consistent over time too?
I feel like they're always there. It just depends kind of on the day, how severe they are, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, and when they're at their worst, can you tell us what that looks like or feels like, and can you give us a sense of, I don't know if it's on a weekly basis, a monthly basis, like how often are these symptoms at their worst?
It can be recently it's been a little bit better. It's been every few weeks instead of every day.
Okay.
But I had been to the hospital, the ER, because I'm in so much pain, but a lot of doctors won't give you medication to help that pain. So it's more like, try some Advil or Tylenol, and that doesn't touch the pain and you can't do anything about it, because I understand there's like opioid crises, but there's people that actually need the medication as well.
Right.
So.
Yeah. Well, Kat, thank you so much for sharing all of that. Tammy, now I'd like to kind of also bring you into the conversation. Again, there's so many different symptoms and health effects that we asked about. What maybe represents some of the most troublesome things that you've experienced, and can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. Hi, I'm Tammy. I'm from Houston, Texas, and I was diagnosed with LGSOC in August of 2018. I just had my 5-year anniversary this year. Probably one of the most troubling symptoms that I've been dealing with is the abdominal discomfort due to my bowels just not wanting to work anymore. My cancer did spread to my abdominal area, and it was, as my surgeon said, smeared all over the outside of my colon. I probably, throughout chemo, for sure, I needed medical assistance to keep my bowels working. And after chemo, I wanted to take a more natural approach. Miralax is expensive if you have to take it every day, just saying. So I've done a lot of research, but it's a daily struggle. It's yoga, it's massaging, it's watching what I eat. I mean, it's constant to keep things going. And when things don't work right, you start getting the discomfort and the pain. And there's a lot of scar tissue in there that's involved, and doctors just don't have a good answer to help with that.
Sure. So, with like the GI, the motility, kind of concerns, it sounds like it's something that, it has not been able to be, managed or solved for you. Can you maybe just, help, I think some people might have an idea of like what constipation is in probably, some sense, but it sounds like it's pretty, significant and severe for you. And you even mentioned that there might be some of the pain and discomfort also relates to scar tissue and everything that's going on for you. So can you maybe describe like, how on a daily basis, how often do you have to think and worry about this, issue? How does it really, would you describe it in terms of impacting you, day to day?
So I physically have to do something to help myself on a regular basis. If I don't, that's when I end up with issues. But it's every evening I have to spend 10 minutes or so massaging my colon. I do certain yoga poses that are geared towards moving things around in your abdominal area. And that I have to build that 15 minutes in every single day. And if I don't, I'll pay for it. And watching what I eat, I try to stay on a plant-based diet. High fiber seems to help. But no, it's something I deal with every single day.
And if you don't mind me asking, you said if you don't do some of these things, you'll pay for it. What did you mean when you say that? And
Pain,
yeah,
just the pain and the discomfort, and it can take more than just massage and moving my body to get things going again.
yeah, sure. Well, thank you for helping us understand that, Tammy. We hadn't heard, about that yet, of course, and so valuable to hear. I do see that we have written comments coming in. Before we jump to some of those, I do want to encourage you, if you would like to share some of the different symptoms and health effects you've experienced living with LGSOC, you can do so by calling us. You can call in at 1-703-844-3231. Again, if you call in at this number, you should know you'll be able to talk to someone. We'll hear a little bit about what topics you want to share, and then we'll be able to bring you into the conversation. You won't miss any of the program by calling in. So again, you can do that at 1-703-844-3231. But Nicole, I know you're watching the written comments that are coming in. What are we seeing?
Quite a bit, and thank you for writing in. Betty from Deltona wrote, after debulking and treatments, still dealing with bowel, bladder, and bloating issues that come and go, and excessive fatigue. That's right on with what we're hearing. Donnie in Kentucky wrote in, the fatigue, menopausal issues, anxiety, and depression are the 3 most bothersome health concerns to me. Bone pain bothers me as well, but I can deal with the pain. I just push through it. Wow, yes. Shannon from Billings wrote in, changes to urinary frequency, crazy fatigue and constipation, extreme lower back pain during ovulation, pelvic pain, constipation. So, yeah.
Yeah, so many different symptoms. We're hearing, kind of maybe some shared ones that are rising to the top here, but I really want to thank everybody who's been writing in with comments. Please keep them coming. We value kind of seeing, even hearing different personal takes on, some of the shared common underlying symptoms. It impacts and everyone experiences them a little differently. So please keep those coming as well. But coming back to our Zoom panel here, Lily, we haven't had a chance to hear from you. I want to, kind of come to this same topic, but, kind of thinking about the different symptoms, and even going back to that first polling question, that wide range of symptoms. Is there anything that stood out in that polling question to you as maybe, this is, something that bothers me a lot, but maybe, is there something that surprised you on the list, or was it all, no, these are the things I deal with all day, every day, so it was pretty easy to just kind of go, check them off, so to speak.
Yes. And hello, my name is Lily. I am from Miami, Florida. I'm 31 years old, and I was diagnosed with stage 4 low-grade serous ovarian cancer at age 28. I will say those symptoms and side effects or symptoms were very spot on.
Okay.
But the fact that they are so silent and normal things that could happen in daily life and be brushed off as another thing is really, I think, what led me to being diagnosed later than catching it earlier. I even had gone to an OBGYN and had a IUD inserted 3 months before I was diagnosed. I had a transvaginal ultrasound. I explained to the doctor that my mother is an ovarian cancer survivor and that I need to find out if there's a test that I could take.
Right.
And I was told that there was no test, and just kind of brushed off because of my age. And I think that the fact that the symptoms are so quiet is really a major issue in our community, because we're often being told we're too young to get this, but look at us now, we all have it. So it's not impossible. And I think that education needs to also start with our providers and with everyone in the healthcare field.
Absolutely, and that's of course too why we're here today, to help have you all directly educate us all. I kind of thinking there's such a nice way of saying it. These are all kind of quiet symptoms that you might have for all kinds of different health conditions that are very common sometimes symptoms. For you, was it like on that first polling question, were you checking off a lot of things, or were there kind of a few that for you that are more isolated? These are my top ones, and that's really all I've experienced.
Honestly, it was a wide range. Yeah. And now looking back, I was like, oh, I did have that and that and that and that, but
Right.
I thought I just had indigestion. I thought I just had constipation. I thought that, in my 20s, I just had a tough period. So yeah, definitely a wide range of those symptoms.
Sure. And any that maybe we haven't heard about much yet, that something you've experienced that you could help us understand what that looks like for a person with LGSOC, I mean, from your personal experience.
Yeah, that's a great question. For me, I mean, my number one was lower back pain.
Oh, lower back. Okay.
Lower back pain for years. And pain is one of those things that you don't know where it's coming from. It would be nice to know if we knew, but I think that for me, it was a little over the top, more so than a normal person. Other than that, I didn't really have any crazy out of the ordinary. I will say the list that we have is pretty spot on.
Yeah. And was that like a kind of chronic achy back pain? Was that sharp kind of episodes of lower back pain? What did that look like for you?
Yeah, it was sharp.
Yeah.
Sharp episodes of back pain. And I'd have for like a week at a time. I would experience it, and then it would go away for a month, go away for 2 months. I'd forget about it, and then it'd come back. And that would last for about 2 to 3 years.
Wow.
Little did I know that I had masses growing, and a lot was on my colon, and I have a colostomy now, and life looks a lot different for me now. But the lower back pain, now thinking about it, if I had all of those masses in there,
right,
that's where that's coming from.
Yeah. Well, Lily, thank you so much for helping us understand your experiences. And it's I saw a lot of head nodding, so I think there's a lot of kind of shared experiences that we're seeing here for people who are living with and have gone through a lot of these same issues. Monica, want to kind of conclude this topic with you. Don't want to miss the opportunity to hear from you of any symptoms or health effects that you'd like to share with us.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Monica. I'm from the Houston area. I was diagnosed December 2021 and then had surgery February 2022. I would say the biggest symptom that I have had is the memory loss, or the words that stop coming to my head. As someone who prides myself on anticipating needs and working quickly, that was a strong point for me. And having that stop has definitely impacted many areas of my life. So I am a teacher, and I will be in the middle of class and the thoughts just kind of leave my head.
Right.
And that really frustrates me. I obviously have other symptoms too, such as joint pain, hot flashes, things like that. But the one that frustrates me the most, that really annoys me, is definitely the memory loss.
Yeah. You mentioned how it kind of impacts you, like as a teacher, in the moment of the day. But how did you first kind of notice that was changing, that you were starting to have memory loss? How long ago was that, and how did you first notice?
Sure. So it didn't actually happen until I had the debulking surgery to have a hysterectomy, the full hysterectomy.
Okay.
And it was pretty quick after that, I noticed. I mean, it was really quick onset of that. So it is frustrating, and I still, obviously, to this day, struggle to come up with the words that are going through my head.
Yeah. Yeah, and when you said it came on suddenly, can you give us an example of like when that would have happened, how it was, so apparent to you?
Sure. I had returned to work after surgery and after leave from recovering, and I was in the middle of class, and I was teaching a lesson, and I've taught the lesson many times before, and I had to stop, and it took me multiple minutes the kids were so confused.
Yeah.
But yeah, it took me multiple minutes to kind of gather my thoughts, to go back to my desk, to realize, okay, what am I doing? What was I even saying? I know the material, but to actually go back and remember, oh, I have to go look here for it, remember where I was in the lesson. It was a little embarrassing.
Sure. No, thank you for being willing to share that. I mean, a lesson that you've taught many times before. I mean, it just goes to show, how profound that was for you. I do see that we have more written comments that have been coming in. So before we shift gears a little bit into some other topics I want us to cover, I want to make sure we have a chance to see what the written comments have to say. So Nicole, what are we seeing?
Sure. So we have Brittany from Bethesda wrote in about menopause, internal abdominal scarring causing gastrointestinal issues, pain when touching her abdomen, distended abdomen, pain during intercourse, lower back pain, extreme fatigue. Kim from Texas, lack of libido, gastro issues, fatigue, joint pain, memory fog, and eye blurriness is a daily struggle. Also, I'm going to add one more that Connie wrote in. My only symptoms are mild pelvic pain and 2 abdominal heavy periods. Let me know. Yeah.
Thank you to everybody who's been writing in. We really appreciate that. So we've heard a lot about some of the top symptoms and health effects, as well as the wide range of them. But we want to kind of broaden the discussion a little bit here to really understand what that has actually meant in terms of impacting your activities in daily life and other aspects of quality of life. So at this point, we're going to turn to another polling question to get us all thinking about that and understand the experiences of our audience. And so if at this point you can go to www.pollev.com/LGSOC. If you've been with us, you can just go right back to that same webpage you were on. Here we want to know what specific activities of daily life are important to you or your loved one that you or they are not able to do or struggle with due to LGSOC. And here you can select the top 3. The options here are A, personal care or household chores, B, attending school, C, socializing with friends, D, having children, E, walking, F, biking or playing sports, G, sleeping, H, working or having a career, I, impaired sexual activity, or J, some other activity of daily life that's important to you that either you're not able to do or struggle with as a result of LGSOC. And here we're asking you to pick your top 3. So while you may have experienced many more of these impacts, we want you to think about which ones are most important to you that are impacted by LGSOC. We'll give a few moments here for everyone to make sure they get in their responses to this question. As it stands, it's looking like the top selection is impaired sexual activity. After that, we're seeing impacts on having children and working or having a career is being impacted, as well as sleep and even personal care and household chores. What stands out to me as well is that every single one of these is in some number of people's top 3 most important activities that are impacted by this condition. And so what I want you to think about is, what about your LGSOC has made these activities either difficult or impossible? Is it, a certain particular symptom? Is it, a range? Is it a multitude of the impacts have made these things difficult for you? And we'd like to encourage you to call in and write in and share a little bit about what's behind some of the impacts, that you've experienced. So if you'd like to share your experiences, I'd like to invite you to call in and tell us a little bit about that. You can dial in at 1-703-844-3231. Again, that number is 1-703-844-3231. Just like our Zoom panelists, we'll be able to bring you into the conversation and have a little discussion around some of the things that you're going through, so that way we can better understand them. You can also continue to write in with those written comments, so please do in that little comment box under the live stream. Keep those coming. People have been great about submitting those throughout the day, so we want to continue to be able to read those out as well. But to kick things off, we'll come back here to our Zoom panel, and thinking about these impacts on activities and daily life. Maybe Tammy, we can start with you on this one. What really stands out to you, and what about your LGSOC has caused or been the driver of that impact?
Okay, yes. So probably I'm still working, but I'm struggling with my career right now for the same reasons that Monica spoke about. I'm an account manager for commercial insurance, and it's a very attention to detail kind of job. And I have noticed since going through surgery and going through treatment that I continue to struggle. And I'm trying one more effort at something before I decide maybe I can't do this career any longer. Just again, nutrition, trying to make sure that I have all the minerals, all the things that I need for my brain to function properly. Because it is scary. It's a scary feeling, especially being a single person and, you're responsible for your health. And how am I going to do that if I can't perform my job? So.
Yeah. And Tammy, you mentioned that you're kind of, feel like, if either this keeps up or maybe if this worsens in some way, you might not be able to continue working. Can you tell us, how do you think about that? What would be maybe the breaking point for you to make that call? Can you just describe that a little?
An E&O claim from a client might be a good breaking point for me, but I don't want to get to that point. I can feel that I think I'm right on the cusp of probably missing something big when I'm working on an account, and I just don't want to let it get to that point. So I've actually changed a few things with my diet, and I feel a little bit of improvement. I just need to see if it's going to hold. If it's just a temporary thing, but that really affects and not just in your career too. I mean, other areas of your life, that's a big problem.
Yeah, no, for sure. Have there been any kind of, I guess, I don't know if this is the right word, but coping strategies, things that you've done to try to, help, continue not just working, but as you mentioned, other aspects of your life, to kind of compensate for knowing that you are having some memory loss issues? Is there anything that you're doing kind of on that front? I know you're primarily trying to address it with the good nutrition and reducing the memory loss kind of episodes, but have you had to change how you go about any aspects of your daily life as a result of it?
I had to slow way down, and I have to go through each step about 3 times, whereas I used to be able to do it 1 time. Okay. But I just need to let me look again and make sure that's right. Let me make sure I really got that right. It messed with the cognitive thinking for sure.
Gotcha. Thank you so much, Tammy. Lily, how about you on this topic? Is there a particular thing that's really important to you that's either impossible or difficult as a result of your LGSOC?
Yeah, this was a little hard to narrow it down because I would say for me, it would be my working and career. When I was diagnosed, I was at a point in my life where I was just finding out like what I wanted to do for the rest of my life, or so I thought.
Right.
And that really impacted me, not only financially, but mentally, because there's a lot of loss of independence that
happens, especially when you're a young adult with living with this disease. Another one of mine, I'm single and 31, I'd love to date. And aside from just dealing with having cancer and having to break that news to someone, actual sexual intimacy is a huge thing and keeps me from even wanting to meet other people and put myself out there. And that's something that I don't think any 20 and 30-year-old, anyone at any age, should be dealing with. So those two in conjunction, I would say, are the big ones for me.
Yeah, those are huge. When you mentioned that you feel like, because of LGSOC, even as a young adult, you've lost some independence. Can you tell us a little bit about what you meant by that?
Yes, absolutely. The first year that I had this disease, I was in and out of surgeries. So I could not live on my own, lived with my parents, after moving out when I was 18, going back in with my parents. My job at the time, they weren't able to keep me. So I had lost my job, but was able to get on disability and have kind of been riding that wave since then. However, just having a sense of purpose, I think, is really important in life in general, especially when you're living with this disease. So that's why I also think it's important to maybe like volunteer and do other things if you're not working necessarily. But the biggest thing for me, independence, is everyone is usually looking, down the road, 10, what is 20 years going to look like for them? For me, I'm trying to make it to the next 3 months to my scan.
Wow.
So I think that also is just putting in the framework of kind of how we live day to day with this disease.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Lily. Amanda, again, just trying to think about, we've been hearing about so many different types of activities that in life, really quality of life that's been impacted. What stood out to you as you were, looking at that list or even beyond?
Yeah, I can kind of echo with a lot of the ladies have been saying. My job, very fortunate. I have an amazing job that I love. I'm an environmental health and safety manager for a pharmaceutical manufacturer. Very, tedious, detail oriented. Prior to my diagnosis, I could work a full day, sometimes go a long day, still, be able to go out to dinner with my friends after, socialize on the weekends. And now I can make it, this amount of time on site at work. And then I come home, have to nap for a little bit. Then I can do more work after and then nap again. And then hopefully I'll sleep, 14 hours on the weekend. And it's just kind of trying to juggle. All right, I know I need to work for a living to be able to afford, all the treatments and medical bills that I have, but I'm also, I could sleep all day. So it's a challenge figuring that out.
Wow. Yeah, that's incredible. And, it sounds like you've really had to, use the energy that you do have, maybe even spreading out more throughout the day just to accomplish, the work that you need to do. Are there other aspects of your life that you feel like have had to take, a back seat as a result of that?
Yeah, I actually, back in February, winter time, I said, I'm not going to think about cancer, one day at a time. I'm going to start thinking about the future. I actually applied and got into grad school, started grad school, was doing really well. And then this past July, I got the news, excuse me, that, my cancer was growing again. So I had to put a pause on grad school. I loved it. It was, something I've always wanted to do. I waited 12 years to start it. And the second that I started it, I got that, smack in the face, basically that, nope, you're not ready to this. You're got to focus on your health again. So I had to put grad school on hold. Relationships, I can't even think about relationships. I barely have enough energy to take care of myself. I live by myself. You know, I'm pretty independent. So the thought of another person, or, you know, it's a lot. So I've had to, unfortunately, put a pause and not do a lot in my life because of, you know, low grade.
Wow. Thank you so much, Amanda, for sharing all of that. I do see that the written comments have been coming in, so I want to kind of check in midstream here. You know, what are we seeing, Nicole?
Sure. I want to share something from Mary Ann. She wrote in from Mount Pleasant, Michigan. She wrote, I plan things, but my body won't cooperate. It's become a task to enjoy those events you plan to have. Additionally, Laura from Spring Lake, I'm on disability. I had to leave my nursing job, and it's something I miss terribly. I also miss bike riding, camping, going out to dinner. Sharon from Millsboro, Delaware wrote in, I move much slower and need assistance, more for the little things like closing Ziploc baggies. I also have to rely on greater accommodations at work to assist with typing because my fingers, hands no longer work the way they used to. My memory is also fogged from the chemo, and my ability to actively pursue any type of athletic adventures is not much of an option.
Wow. So many different impacts, you know, many of the same symptoms that I think we're hearing are driving a lot of those impacts, but so many aspects of people's lives. We do have a caller. I see we have Kari from Bellingham, Washington, that wants to speak to some of the day-to-day life impacts that she's experienced as a result of LGSOC. So, Kari, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
I am, thanks.
Hi, welcome. Yeah, we'd love to hear what kind of stands out in your mind as some of the things that in your life that have been most impacted as a result of this condition.
Yeah, well, so I was diagnosed with LGSOC in 2020, and the main thing that still impacts me today is a loss of bone density. I have a lot of joint pain and fatigue that the others have talked about.
Right.
But another thing that happened very recently, actually, is that I tripped and fell and pretty catastrophically broke my leg. And I'm now, non-weight bearing for 6 weeks. It's a side effect of the cancer that people don't really consider, that it's beyond just the reproductive organs, that also it affects your entire body, including bone density. And I think if I hadn't had this disease, that I probably would not have broken my bone so easily.
Oh my goodness. Has the concern around this, I mean, you mentioned that it just recently happened and you're still recovering, but does that change how you approach, day-to-day life, what kinds of things you do in life?
Yeah, I feel like that once I recover from this, I'm going to be very hesitant to engage in any, strenuous activities. Or it was such a small moment in time when I tripped to have such a major injury affect me that, how am I not going to be worried every single day for the rest of my life that I'm not going to break my bone again for something, very easily. I did have a bone density scan about a year ago.
Yeah.
That showed I have osteopenia, which puts you at a higher risk of a bone fracture, and I guess I'm proof of that statistic.
Right, and you said that there's also associated kind of joint pain that comes along with this. Is that kind of go hand in hand with that same kind of maybe being a little bit more careful also because it is less painful, or are those really kind of two different things that you are experiencing?
I feel like it all goes together. In addition to the broken bone, I also have foot pain and joint pain in my hands, very similar to what Ellie was talking about in the earlier panel, where day-to-day activities are so difficult, where you're used to being pretty independent, and all of a sudden you're having to ask for help opening a jar.
Wow. Yeah. Well, Kari, thank you so much for calling in and sharing some of these, a little bit different than what we've heard so far, this issue of bone density and falls and how that impacts your daily life and what you have to worry about in daily life. I think so important to hear. Amanda, I think you had something you wanted to add on this specific topic. So, what would you like to share?
Yeah, no, Kari brought up a really good point. I found out too, a lot of us from a DEXA scan got osteoporosis, and I actually found out from my foot doctor that just from walking, nothing strenuous, just plain old walking, that I developed, foot fractures in my feet, just from, being on aromatase inhibitors for so long and being on, through menopause. And it's kind of scary to think that, you're living your everyday, just walking, Kari broke her leg, or, her feet are breaking. It's a little bit scary to kind of think about things like that.
Sure. Wow. Thank you so much. I do, want to broaden the discussion just a little bit more from where we are, but want to give any important final written comments that might have come in on the topic of activities of daily living.
Sure. Hannah from Chicago, on the same topic, wrote in, I just had my bone density tested after 11 years of LGSOC. My bones are becoming so fragile, and I'm afraid to exercise now. Additionally, Donnie from Kentucky, there are days that the fatigue is barely there, but there are days that the fatigue kicks my butt and keeps me in bed. It prevents me from doing a lot of the stuff I need to be doing. The menopausal issues, night sweats, hot flashes, keep me awake a lot during the night, preventing me from sleeping. And the anxiety and depression some days don't bother me that much, but other days I'm terrified, anxious, feel guilty, feel like I'm about as useful as a white crayon.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, well, thank you for those comments from everyone who's been writing in, and we'll continue to read those out. I do want to broaden the discussion a little bit, of course. Still want to continue hearing about how LGSOC has impacted you in your daily lives, but I do want to recognize and invite people to share also about their worries for the future, because we know while there's so much that you are living with and dealing with and navigating day to day already, that you're thinking about what might be on your horizon, whether that's tomorrow or years into the future. So we'll go to our final polling question here for the morning. Again, you can go to www.pollev.com/LGSOC. And here we want to know what worries you most about you or your loved one's condition in the future, and ask that you select the top 3 worries that you have. And the options are A, cancer spreading to other parts of my body, B, that my symptoms will get worse, C, just overall quality of life concerns, D, needing to quit my schooling or job, E, not being able to have children, F, developing osteoporosis, G, worsening impaired thinking or memory, H, needing extended care, I, dying prematurely, or J, some other aspect or some other worry that you have, either for yourself or your loved one living with LGSOC, that you have for the future. So I know these are difficult to narrow down, but we do want you to use this as kind of a thought exercise. Why, if I do have to pick, the top 3, why am I picking these particular ones? We want you to think about that and, answer, kind of call in, write in, and share, the thinking that went behind what you selected. As it stands, it looks like the top worries for the future are dying prematurely and cancer spreading to other parts of my body. So certainly for those, we want to hear about how you, where that comes into your worries. That's something you think about every day. Definitely want to understand that, it might be different for people depending on where they are in their journey with LGSOC. We see then after that some top impacts being the overall quality of life. The symptoms might get worse. And then we see kind of a clustering of everything else except for developing osteoporosis or other worries. So all of the other things we have listed are in a number of people's top 3 greatest worries for the future. So if you'd like to call in, and again, you can still call in, share about some of the impacts that LGSOC has had on your life, but if you would also like to share some of your worries for the future, You can do so by dialing at 1-703-844-3231. Again, that number is 1-703-844-3231. And of course, you can continue writing in that comment box under the live stream on the webpage you're following along today. I want to get us started here with our Zoom panel. If we can come and maybe, Monica, have you start us off on this topic. As you're thinking about the future, how does your journey today inform that, and what really comes top of mind as your greatest worry?
Sure. I think my greatest worry is definitely the mortality issue, but it's kind of multifold. So I do worry about that. I have 2 young children, so I worry about leaving them. It's also difficult to talk about these topics. My husband is amazing and supportive and does the most. However, it is hard for him to talk about those things. So having some of those discussions are hard. I am grateful. I have 2 amazing girlfriends that are a voice of reason and listen to anything and support me. And I feel lucky in that, but I know that's not the case for everyone. And it does get hard to have some of those conversations.
Yeah. And as so it sounds like not only is it something that you have to yourself that you're thinking about and worrying about, but because it has impacts on other people and wanting to have those conversations, it places some burden on your relationships with obviously your family and even your friends, or perhaps your friends in this case are kind of help be that voice of reason and give you an outlet for that. Is this this type of worry, is this something that's on your mind day to day, or is this kind of maybe it comes up for periods of time and then it's in the back of your mind for a little bit? Tell us a little bit about how you think about this.
Sure. I think it's an everyday concern of mine. Being diagnosed at the end of 2021, having surgery at the beginning of 2022 still feels fresh to me. And so I think, my husband and I have talked, there's not a day that goes by that we don't have those thoughts.
Right.
It gets a little better as time has gone on, but it's still every single day.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Monica. I see we have a phone caller. We have Shannon from Wellington, Ohio, that wants to share some of her perspectives about living with LGSOC. So Shannon, I would like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
I am. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Shannon. I was diagnosed in February of 21 with stage 3C primary peritoneal low grade. To kind of talk on the impact of activities, I was a full-time paramedic. I worked 80 hours a week because I wanted to, did anything and everything, and today I am in a wheelchair. I require care 24/7. This is due to complications from surgeries. I've had multiple recurrences. We have not found a medication that has helped with the progression. And as far as worries go, worries are all I do every day. With what the girls were saying earlier, feeling like you need a purpose, I struggle with that a lot because I no longer have a career. I can no longer put my socks on by myself. So all you have is your thoughts and your mind running. So it's very hard to not worry all day long about what's going to happen. I think it's only natural for you to want to plan for what the next year will bring, what the next 5 years will bring. And I'm terrified to plan what the next 24 hours will bring. Will I be back in the hospital? Will I get a phone call about labs? So it's very, very difficult to not make that your all day, every day. And that continual fight on top of the physical fighting is fighting your mind to not let those worries get the best of you. So thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, well, thank you, Shannon. And if you don't mind me asking, if you're still there, for those of us who aren't as familiar, what are the complications that you've experienced? You said that you're in a wheelchair now, that you need 24-hour kind of caregiving. Can you just describe that a little bit for us, in terms of what you've gone through and what you're dealing with?
Absolutely. After my first debulking surgery, I had a bowel perforation that led to a colostomy. They were not able to close my abdomen all the way, so I had to spend almost a year with my abdomen with holes in it trying to close on its own. So that put me in bed for a very long time. The next year, I went to have another surgery to kind of try to repair what had happened after my perforation, and they accidentally severed my right iliac artery, my right ureter, and perforated my bladder. I came out of that surgery with another colostomy, a nephrostomy tube that goes into your kidney in the back. I'm no longer able to urinate like normal, and I also have a gastric tube. I spent 6 months on TPN, which is IV nutrition. I wasn't able to eat anything by mouth. Now I can maybe take a bite of a cracker, but most of my nutrition is through a feeding tube. So that causes lots and lots of complications. I have no abdominal muscles anymore, so I'm not able to lift myself up. I have to have a carer get me out of bed, to transfer to my wheelchair, to brushing my teeth, to everything. I have no independence left anymore.
Wow. I mean, thank you for being willing to share that and explain that and describe it. The other thing that you said that really impacted me was that, despite what now I really understand to be, incredible, the physical fight, that there's the mental fight too. And I think that's a really important thing for us to hear and talk about. If you're willing, would you be willing to kind of tell us, your experiences with fighting the mental fight?
Oh, sure. It's a daily thing. I don't think I've ever gone a day without waking up with the terrifying reality that is my life now, and trying to not let that consume every waking moment I have, trying to stay optimistic and positive. And, I'm known for saying, I'm fine, everything's fine, it's all okay, when really it's very much not okay. And you never know what the next day will bring, and you're trying so desperately to hold on to what you do have left and being there for your family and trying to make everyone around you. This disease doesn't affect just the patient, it affects their entire family and their support system and their friends. And I never want to feel like the Debbie Downer or the one that's always bringing bad news. So it's trying to keep that facade of, I'm okay, everything's going to be okay, but it's very much not okay, and that worry never goes away. You just try to find ways to distract yourself and keep it going till the next day.
Well, Shannon, thank you for everything you've shared. It's been so helpful to hear, and I appreciate you being willing to call in and talk about it all with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Of course. I'd like to come back and check in with our Zoom panel. Kat, I'd like to bring you into this conversation. Again, we're of course, anything that we've covered so far is fair game, but is there anything particularly on thinking about the future and what you might be worrying or considering in your future that you'd like to share with us?
Yeah, so I was diagnosed when I was 19. It was my first year of college, so it was really overwhelming. And at the time, they told me the prognosis was like probably 10 years. So since then, it's just kind of been like countdown for me, because it's scary to plan anything and then to not know if it's the 10 years or if it's less than that or if it's going to be more than that. So I don't know how to plan. I'm now in grad school and I have a job, but that was not possible for a very long time. Just this past year, I got a job, and just this past few years, I started grad school. And it's been really difficult with doctor's appointments, pain, concentrating on anything other than having cancer. Yeah. It's just a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, and it really something that I'm hearing now that you've kind of reiterated it, we heard it from a couple of people before, is the uncertainty, being able to manage and live with and know, how can you think about the future with so much uncertainty about what's going to happen with your health?
Yeah, it's really, really hard to try to even like figure out the next few months rather than like years from now, because I don't know if I'm gonna have to have surgery next month or like anything could happen. And so that's really, really hard
Yeah.
to kind of live with. And every day, I don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow. What's like, am I gonna wake up kind of thing? Because you're just constantly, I'm constantly feeling like there's something inside me growing and there's no way for me to stop it. And it's terrifying to not have any control.
And it sounds like, after some amount of time, you finally were able to take the step of, getting a job and starting grad school. Are there other things that, that uncertainty, that difficulty of planning for the future where you've held back on, you haven't been able to, or you've chosen maybe to because you don't know what the future looks like, not undergo, or undertake some activity or some other part of your life?
Yeah, I definitely think that like dating and friendships have kind of taken like a back burner, not only because it's hard to participate in like meeting them and interacting, but also because it's like I don't want to hurt more people than I have to. If I was to not make it and I wasn't to survive from this, I don't want it to be a bigger blow to more people.
Kat, thank you so much for being willing to share that.
Yeah.
Really, really important. I just want to check in maybe with like a little show of hands from our panel if others have worries or concerns, the things that you're thinking about for the future that you'd like to share with the audience, or maybe something else that was even if we've moved on from it, that you wanted to comment on. Yeah, Lily?
I'd say just another thing that I'm worried for the future that wasn't on the list is the people that are going to be diagnosed with this disease in the future. And that number, like the years of how long you'll survive and how that's going to change. And I think that is also why we're here today, because we want that to be different, right? Yeah.
Kat, did you want to add something to that?
Yeah. Another worry that I didn't see on there was that more awareness and more doctors can know about this and learn how to manage it, at least, or pain-wise, or even like lifestyle. Just because I feel like there's so many doctors that don't know it even exists, and a lot of doctors see the low grade part and they're thinking, oh, it's not real cancer because it's low grade, which is not true. So I would really like more education, whether it's more of like conferences for doctors that they can all meet with each other, or if they come and watch these, that would be great. Just, I feel like a lot of doctors are stuck in their ways of, I know because I'm a doctor, and they're not willing to learn from people that are actually going through it.
Absolutely. I do see that we have a number of written comments that have been coming in. Nicole, anything that sticks out you want to share at this point?
Absolutely. I wanted to share something that Karen from Wayne wrote in. I fear the pain and discomfort. I also fear having my kids see me decline. I don't want to be a burden on anyone, and I don't want their lives to revolve around my illness. Similar, Catherine wrote in, the unknown is my biggest fear. I'm young with 3 children. It's hard not knowing treatment, if a treatment will be successful for us, given its tendency for being chemo resistant. I feel as if I have a great medical team, so I have faith that we will make progress, but it's still not an easy process.
Wow. Want to come back into the panel here, and Tammy, bring you in on this topic, as you were thinking through worries for the future, was it hard to narrow that down, and what did you end up selecting?
I selected premature death, definitely. I selected not being able to continue my job. And the other one was that my cancer would spread because my cancer, I was stage 3. So if it spreads, it's the 3 L's, and that's not good news. So I'm sorry, I just completely lost my train of thought. What was your question again?
No worries at all. So we were talking about worries for the future, and you shared, that obviously, as you kind of talked about before, your job is one of those worries, but also premature death and recurrence as other top impacts, as things that you're really, having to worry about. And I guess one question that I have for you is, again, is this something that, is like a ever present, it's always top of mind, is how, and regardless of how often or maybe frequently you're worrying about it, how do you, cope with those worries?
I have an internal dialogue with myself on a daily basis that I'm not going to let myself go there. And when I start really feeling like that and I start getting depressed and sad, I reach out and I look for stories of hope, long-term survivorship, people who have beaten the odds, and that gives me a little bit of, hope and what I need to move on to the next day. But it is a daily conversation with myself to not let this consume me mentally.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you so much. And for on our gym panel here, I want to, Amanda, give you the final word on this topic. Anything that you'd like to add or share here?
Yeah, sure. I think the biggest fear that I have, since being diagnosed and, still living with LGSOC is we don't have any approved treatments by the FDA. We can get thrown different medications from different cancers, different illnesses at us, but if we don't have a targeted treatment for our type of ovarian cancer, we're gonna all think about premature death. I know myself, paying out of pocket for a breast cancer drug, all because insurance companies don't recognize ovarian cancer treatments for low grade. It's expensive. It's scary to know that. I wish, the FDA, insurance companies, doctors would put more, emphasis on LGSOC to help us. Because it is scary, and we don't have a lot of options, even though some doctors say otherwise. But that's my biggest fear, is running out of those options.
Wow. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that. I do see we've had some more written comments come in here, so let's give the final word on this topic of worries to some of those.
All right, Bonnie from Auburn, Alabama. I'm very fortunate to have been NED, no evidence of disease, and back to all my usual activities for about a year, but the fear of reoccurrence never really leaves my mind. My biggest fears are that I'll have a reoccurrence that won't show up on scans until it's really widespread. And then, excuse me, Shannon wrote in reoccurrence with no standard of care and limited treatment options, aging quicker than my peers, osteoporosis, not being able to take care of myself, and having a prematurely failing body.
Wow. Well, I just want to thank everybody, whether, I want to thank all of our panelists, our Zoom group here who's been so willing to allow me to ask them so many questions here today, and all of you have volunteered to call in and write in. We've heard and learned so much about what it is to live with this condition and what all of you are going through and having to, navigate, cope with, and try to, think about the future with regard to. So I just really want to thank everybody for such a impactful morning session. At this point in the agenda, though, we're going to take a 30-minute break. We'll return and resume at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, at which point we're going to build on this morning discussion. We've heard so much now about, LGSOC itself. We've started to hear, a little bit about, treatments and what people have tried and gone through, but we really want to focus on that in the afternoon and hear about that wide range of what you may have tried or undergone so far in your LGSOC stories. And so please join us at 1 p.m. For that discussion. Thank you. Good afternoon, and welcome back to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting on low-grade serous ovarian cancer. My name is James Valentine. I'm your meeting moderator. I'm here in the studio with my co-host, Nicole Andrews from STAAR Ovarian Cancer. And we are very excited to build on the conversation that we had this morning, where we learned so much about what it is to live with LGSOC, and we're going to now expand that to focus on and learn about the different treatment approaches this community has available. Before we get into that, though, it's my pleasure to turn it over to Nicole to introduce our afternoon speaker.
Thank you. This afternoon's LGSOC expert is Dr. Rachel Grisham, who will be discussing LGSOC treatments. Dr. Grisham is an associate attending within the Department of Medicine at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center and an associate professor of medicine at Weill Cornell Medical College. She is board certified in medical oncology and is the section head of ovarian cancer treatment, as well as the director of gynecologic medical oncology at Sloan Kettering Westchester. Dr. Grisham's research focuses on determining the molecular drivers of low-grade serous ovarian cancer and the development of targeted treatment strategies for patients with recurrent ovarian cancer. She has served as the principal investigator for over 25 clinical trials and serves on multiple committees within the American Society of Clinical Oncology, NRG Oncology, and the Society of Gynecologic Oncology. Now, over to you, Dr. Grisham.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction, Nicole. It's my honor to be here today to speak with everybody about a disease that my research really focuses on, low-grade serous ovarian cancer, and ways in which our treatment has changed over the past decade as we've come to realize that this represents a distinct rare disease. These are my disclosures. As Dr. Gershenson discussed this morning, low-grade serous ovarian cancer is a rare type of ovarian cancer that truly differs from high-grade serous ovarian cancer, and because of that, different treatments are warranted. We understand that low-grade serous ovarian cancer is molecularly distinct from high-grade serous ovarian cancer, with BRCA mutations and homologous recombination deficiency being rare in this disease. Instead, we see alterations that affect the MAP kinase pathway as being the most prevalent alterations that we find in our patients' tumor tissue, primarily KRAS, BRAF, or NF1 mutations. When looking at response to therapy, we see that patients with low-grade serous ovarian cancer do have lower response rates to traditional cytotoxic chemotherapy. In the neoadjuvant setting, 80 to 90% of our patients with high-grade serous ovarian cancer will respond to carboplatin and paclitaxel chemotherapy, while only 4 to 23% of patients with low-grade serous ovarian cancer will respond. Similarly, response rates to chemotherapy are also lower in the recurrent setting. We do know that patients with low-grade serous ovarian cancer are more likely to have hormonally responsive disease, with the vast majority of patients having estrogen receptor positivity on their tumor cells, and about 60% of patients having progesterone receptor positivity. Because of these known alterations and ways that low-grade serous ovarian cancer is distinct from high-grade serous ovarian cancer, our treatment focuses on finding alternatives to traditional chemotherapy and using both hormonal agents and targeted therapy for treatment of this disease. When looking at the upfront treatment for patients with low-grade serous ovarian cancer, we actually have no current standard of care. For patients with high-grade serous ovarian cancer, it's been clearly defined that patients with newly diagnosed advanced stage disease should be treated with surgery in conjunction with platinum taxane chemotherapy with or without bevacizumab. However, for patients with advanced low-grade serous ovarian cancer, we consider either chemotherapy or endocrine therapy alone to be acceptable because we currently lack the prospective data to show that chemotherapy after surgery adds benefit for our patients with newly diagnosed disease. Importantly, there's an ongoing international phase 3 study, NRG GY019, which seeks to answer this question for our patients so that we can inform them what the relative benefit is to receiving adjuvant chemotherapy after an initial surgical debulking for advanced low-grade serous ovarian cancer. This study enrolls patients who have been diagnosed with advanced low-grade serous ovarian cancer and have undergone their initial debulking surgery. Patients that consent to the study are then randomized to either receive 6 cycles of chemotherapy followed by maintenance pill therapy with the aromatase inhibitor letrozole, or to go straight to letrozole after their debulking surgery. This study will hopefully give us the answer as to what the best adjuvant treatment is for our patients with newly diagnosed disease. In the recurrent setting, our standard options include molecularly targeted therapy with a MEK inhibitor, such as trametinib or binimetinib, treatment with hormonal therapy alone, or treatment with chemotherapy. Though our number one recommendation in the NCCN guidelines is for treatment on a clinical trial, because we still need better options for our patients with recurrent disease. The use of molecularly targeted therapy for treatment with patients with low-grade serous ovarian cancer has really come a long way over the past decade. The first study specifically looking at the use of a MEK inhibitor in patients with recurrent low-grade serous ovarian cancer was GOG 239, which enrolled patients with recurrent low-grade serous ovarian cancer with measurable disease, and all patients enrolled to that study were treated with the single-agent oral MEK inhibitor selumetinib until they came off either due to progression or bad side effects. That study showed a promising response rate of 15%, and interestingly, there have been at least 2 patients who were extreme long-term responders to that study, remaining on treatment for more than 14 years. Based on those initial results, there's been a lot of interest in how to better use MEK inhibitors for treatment of this disease. And 2 different phase 3 studies have been performed now in low-grade serous ovarian cancer, looking at the use of single-agent MEK inhibition. GOG 281 enrolled patients with recurrent low-grade serous ovarian cancer with measurable disease who were allowed to have had an unlimited number of prior lines of therapy, as long as they did not receive all 5 treatments that were included in the standard of care arm. Patients on that study were randomized to either receive single-agent trametinib, which is an oral MEK inhibitor, or physician's choice of standard of care treatment with letrozole, tamoxifen, or chemotherapy. Patients remained on that study until progression of disease or intolerable toxicity. Around the same time that study was enrolling, the MILO-ENGOT-OV11 phase 3 study similarly enrolled patients with recurrent low-grade serous ovarian cancer and measurable disease. This study limited patients to a maximum of 3 prior lines of chemotherapy. Therefore, it enrolled a less heavily pretreated population. Patients were randomized to either treatment with the single-agent MEK inhibitor, binimetinib, or physician's choice of chemotherapy. The results of these 2 studies are shown here. GOG 281 showed that the standard of care arm with chemotherapy or endocrine therapy had a 6% response rate, while trametinib had a 26% response rate. In the MILO study, where patients were less heavily pretreated, the standard of care arm had a 13% response rate, while treatment with binimetinib had a 16% response rate. There have been several studies recently completed in low-grade serous ovarian cancer that build on these themes of trying to enhance the activity of endocrine therapy and molecularly targeted therapy for this disease. The Paragon study confirmed the response rate of anastrozole in this disease of about 14%. Further attempts to target endocrine therapy for treatment of patients with recurrent low-grade serous ovarian cancer include a study of enzalutamide, which targeted the androgen receptor, and a study of onapristone, which targeted the progesterone receptor in combination with anastrozole. However, both of these studies showed disappointing response rates. However, a study of CDK4/6 inhibition in combination with letrozole, the ribociclib plus letrozole study presented by Dr. Slamovitz at SGO this year, showed a promising response rate of 23%. I'll talk more about this study on the next slides. There have also been multiple recent studies looking at combination molecularly targeted therapy for our patients with recurrent disease. The pan-RAF inhibitor, lifirafenib, in combination with the MEK inhibitor, showed a 58.8% response rate in a molecularly selected population of patients with low-grade serous ovarian cancer. Similarly, the combination of the PARP inhibitor, olaparib, with a MEK inhibitor showed a 44% response rate, again, in a molecularly targeted population, those patients that were selected based on their biomarker. Another combination, the dual MEK-RAF inhibitor avutometinib with the FAK inhibitor defactinib, has shown promising response rates in patients with recurrent disease, regardless of molecular factors. So this has shown promising response rates both in patients with and without MAP kinase alterations. I'll talk more about this combination in the next slides as well. GOG 3026 looked at the combination of letrozole and ribociclib in patients with recurrent low-grade serous ovarian cancer. Patients remained on treatment until progression of disease. This study showed a promising response rate of 23%, and interestingly, patients were able to remain on this treatment for prolonged periods of time, with a median duration of response of 19.1 months, as presented at the SGO annual conference this year. A similar combination with abemaciclib and fulvestrant has also shown promising results in the neoadjuvant setting for patients with advanced low-grade serous ovarian cancer who are not amenable to primary debulking surgery. This pilot study from MD Anderson, presented by Lauren Cobb at the ASCO annual conference, showed a 53.3% of patients had a partial response when treated with this combination, as well as a 6.7% rate of complete response, showing that this novel combination therapy of CDK4/6 inhibitors with endocrine therapy, which are now routinely used in breast cancer, may be a promising option for our patients with low-grade serous ovarian cancer. The RAMP 201 study looks at the combination of a dual MEK-RAF inhibitor, avutometinib, with or without defactinib, a FAK inhibitor. The initial results of this study for patients with recurrent low-grade serous ovarian cancer were presented at the ASCO annual meeting this year and showed that in this relatively heavily pretreated population, a very promising response rate for the combination of avutometinib with defactinib, with 45% of patients treated with the combination during Part A of the study experiencing a response. When looking specifically at the molecularly targeted population, in this case, patients that had a KRAS mutation, the response rate was 60%, but still 29% in the patients that were KRAS mutant, indicating that this combined therapy shows promising responses both for patients with and without a KRAS mutation. This combination is set to be explored in a randomized phase 3 study, which will be opening hopefully later this year. There are multiple other ongoing studies looking at the treatment of low-grade serous ovarian cancer, and many of these try to build on these common themes of better enhancing the activity of endocrine therapy, using molecularly targeted regimens, and trying to build upon these early response rates that we've seen with single-agent MEK inhibitors and with single-agent endocrine therapy. Interestingly, there are also ongoing clinical trials looking at the use of immunotherapy in low-grade serous ovarian cancer, and we will wait to see what those results show us in the future. There's been a lot of progress made in the treatment of low-grade serous over the past decade, as we've come to understand that it's a molecularly distinct disease that warrants treatments specific to its molecular and clinical behavior, distinct from high-grade serous ovarian cancer. However, much more is being learned from ongoing clinical trials. These, of course, would not be possible without the incredible patients of our wonderful patients that contribute to these studies. Without them, none of this advancement would be possible. And so I look so much forward to hearing from our patients later this afternoon and hearing what their experience has been with clinical trials and ongoing research in low-grade serous ovarian cancer and how better we can serve them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Grisham, for helping give us a lay of the land of current treatment options and the current existing evidence base, as well as an overview of kind of ongoing and future anticipated clinical trials to advance new product development. So at this stage, we're going to get into our second topic of the day, which is understanding patients' experiences with current treatments, as well as your thoughts and preferences around future treatments. So at this point, I'm going to pull up some of the questions that we're going to be exploring in our afternoon session to get everybody thinking about these topics. So we're going to want to know from you, what are you currently doing to manage your LGSOC symptoms? You taught us so much about all the different symptoms and health effects that you live with in our morning session. So now we want to hear, what are you doing to try to help manage those things and the disease itself? We want to hear about a wide range of things. So medications, including off-label treatments, different surgeries and medical procedures, but also a wider range of things, any more holistic approaches or, diet, exercise, maybe even lifestyle modifications. Anything that you or your loved one that's living with LGSOC that they're doing to try to make life with the condition a little easier, we're going to count as a treatment for purposes of our discussion. So we want to hear about, the different strategies and techniques and products that you're using. And then we're going to ask you to tell us how well are those different treatments actually helping with the most significant symptoms of your LGSOC. And then whether or not things are actually helping in terms of treating or mitigating the disease and its symptoms. We also want to hear about what are the most significant downsides to those current treatments and how do those downsides affect your daily life, whether that's side effects of medicines or the recovery or some of the complications associated with surgery. Maybe it's just the burden that it takes to keep up with a treatment regimen or the travel associated with going to care centers. Anything that you consider a downside, we want to hear about those. And then once we've explored and understood the range of different current treatment options available, at the end of our session, we're going to shift gears and look towards the future and why we all want a complete cure for LGSOC. For our discussion, we're going to ask that, what would something that's short of that complete cure represent an ideal future treatment for you? Or maybe another way to think about this is if a new treatment for LGSOC became available, what questions would you have? What would you want to know to help inform your decision of whether you would try that new product? So to help us get started on these topics, we have another panel that is going to be sharing their treatment experiences now in the afternoon here. We have Deanna, Ginger, Tiffany, Kari, and Morgan. So Deanna, why don't you kick things off for us and take it away.
How do you put 25 years of pain, misery, disappointment, loss, and pure torture into a few paragraphs? It's not easy, but I'm going to try. My name is Dina. I am 47 years old. I've been living with LGSOC for over 25 years. I'm trying various treatments to stay alive. My first experience with this disease was at the age of 22. I had 2 softball-sized cancerous tumors in my ovaries and had to have a hysterectomy, ending all dreams of birthing my own children at the young age of 22. And all we knew was it was ovarian cancer. There was no type. At this point, I started drug therapies. I was given hormone replacement pills to hold off early menopause, only about 6 years later to find out that it was actually growing my cancer. I switched to a hormone blocker and we began monitoring my blood work for the CA-125.
I had another large tumor in my spleen at the age of 37. I went through a second major surgery and was given 6 rounds of carboplatin chemo combined with Taxol. Unfortunately, 4.5 years later, I had my second reoccurrence. So I was given doxorubicin. We stopped that after 3 of the 6 treatments because it wasn't working. My tumors were growing and the side effects were even worse than the first chemo. I went through genetic testing on my blood and showed I had a BRCA2 gene mutation. So I was prescribed Rubraca. It worked to keep the tumor stable for about 4 years, and then it grew again. I then went through genetic testing on the sample of the tumor on my spleen and was prescribed Tramptinib, my 5th drug therapy, to target my specific mutation. I only lasted 30 days on that drug because the pain of the rash was so bad on my face. We tried to keep adjusting the dosage to help the side effects, but the cancer broke through again. At 47 years old, in June of 2023, I went through my 3rd major surgery for tumors on my stomach, colon, liver, and all in my bowels. I woke up and they found that they had done no tumor debulking at all because they felt it was better to close me back up and let me heal faster to get to a treatment. In the last 25 years, I have lost the chance to birth my own children, lost my hair, felt nausea, heartburn, could only eat certain foods, had a metal mouth, felt so tired I couldn't get out of bed to go to work. I've had sore muscles, body aches, sit in the shade, and long sleeve shirts in the summer and long pants, had miserable blisters on my toes and my hands that would take weeks to go away, and rash so bad on my face that I wanted to die. But the worst that I've ever felt was this year after surgery, when there was no plan for a new medicine because Michigan had run out of options for the amount of times that I have had recurring LGSOC. So I sat and I waited to see what was next and if there was anyone out there that could help me. And I will tell you, the waiting, it breaks a person's spirit. And all the years I spent training myself on positive attitudes and smiling and keeping your spirit up, that was a long, dark tunnel to look down. Finally, almost 6 weeks later, I had an appointment 5 hours away from my home in OSU. They had a drug trial they felt could help my cancer. The downside is I have to be in Ohio more than I am at home. I am currently on that drug trial combining Regeneron and immune therapy called Cemiplimab. This will be my 6th medicine we have tried. I have been fighting this disease for over 25 years, and I feel sometimes I am stuck in an elevator going from the basement to the penthouse of a high-rise building, and I cannot get off. Back and forth I go. I have 2 teenage boys that we were lucky enough to adopt and that are being taken care of at home, not by us, while my husband and I spend 3 out of 7 days a week in Ohio trying to keep me alive.
Hey, my name's Ginger. I'm a registered nurse and I live in Bristol, Tennessee with my husband of 13 years, Mike. Symptom management has included so many failed attempts with very few creating long-term tolerable state. The only thing that I've found is to listen to my body. When I need rest, I rest. When I need movement, I try to move. I'm always open and creative with researching symptom management. At 41, I was diagnosed with low-grade serous ovarian cancer. My treatment included a complete hysterectomy from the cervix up, colon resection, omentectomy, appendectomy, and a lymph node removal. During those last few pre-surgical moments, even surrounded by my family, friends, and pastor, I never felt so alone and knew that was the last time I would feel whole as a woman. My gynonc performed my surgery, but prior to it, he warned me the recovery would be long and painful, and he was going to make me very sick with chemo. The chemo regimen was a treatment for high-grade ovarian cancer, which acts and reacts completely different than my low-grade. Low-grade did not typically respond to chemo, but in early 2017, it was my only shot, so I took it. Little pain control existed for the surgery, and just as my body was beginning to heal, it was time for frontline chemo infusions of 6 21-day cycles of Taxol and cisplatin intravenously and hyperthermic intraperitoneal chemo. My electrolytes were at critical levels from the chemo. This led to hospitalizations and weeks of daily IV infusions for hydration, potassium, and magnesium. These critical levels caused my extremities to draw and was so severe that I had bruising on my joints and tremendous pain. I then lost all independence because it was unsafe for me to spend time alone. I couldn't drive, eat, or drink, could barely walk, could not stop vomiting, was in unbearable pain, had severely painful constipation. I was ready to give up. I had no idea how my husband, mama, and family survived this either. This diagnosis and treatment shifted something inside of me. I had so many fears and would not commit to any plans outside of the immediate future for so many years afterwards. I'm thankful time has dulled those memories because it was painful and I considered giving up. I'm a fighter all the time. But this treatment was so incredibly terrible. My oncologist agreed to IV Toradol on infusion days, which is a chemo no-no. Toradol decreased the pain slightly, so we kept using it. The nausea and vomiting were never controlled, and I tried every single drug available. At that time, I resorted to occasional marijuana use. I'd sit out on my front porch and occasionally smoke some weed to get through the worst of days. It at least did allow me to sleep through some of the pain and vomiting. After chemo, it wasn't over. I went from fighting for my life to fighting for a life. Chemotoxicities caused neuropathy and made walking and use of my hands almost impossible. I was so weak, tired, and had chemo brain. I slowly added a very grounded yoga to my routine, eased back into work, and added frequent walks. I had surgery to repair hernias from my debulking, which failed. I had an endoscopy and took medication due to damage from chronic intense vomiting. A couple of years later, I joined a CrossFit gym and slowly built up my stamina and strength. Once my cancer was considered chronic, or as a chemical recurrence in 2021, I began aromatase inhibitors because it finally was approved for low-grade patients. The drugs are for certain breast cancer patients and taken if tolerated for about 5 years, but it's the only option for low-grade patients and used for as long as they work. Yet again, I'm not taking a drug for my cancer, but it's my only shot. The AI side effects led to utter exhaustion. Within 3 weeks I was laying on the CrossFit floor in tears because I just could not move anymore. I now have blurry vision, bone pain with joint swelling, dryness, including vaginal, oral, hair, skin, nails, symptoms of severe anxiety, lack of mental clarity, and no desire for intimacy. There was an immediate 25-pound weight gain that caused me to feel short of breath and limits my activities. It impacted my self-confidence because now I look like a fat old lady with a handlebar mustache and appear about 10 years older than I should. I am so damn tired. It's frustrating and very expensive to find effective symptom relief. With severe pain, I alternate between ibuprofen and acetaminophen, plus I use topical CBD creams. I go to bed and rest. I have massages to ease my joint pain, and I use so many products on my body and hair to alleviate dryness. I have juggled multiple vaginal moisturizers to stop pain from dryness and to prevent tears and yeast infections. I'm on a supplement regimen for bone loss caused by these drugs. I take a drug for ADHD now, which helps with focus and energy. And because of aromatase inhibitors, I can't read without glasses. I am so fearful of having a short life and leaving my husband. There are so many places I want to experience and a life I want and deserve to live. I deserve a treatment that allows me to truly live. I need and deserve therapeutics, including holistic and medicinal, to treat this cancer and mitigate side effects. I deserve a surgical intervention after all this treatment that puts my bowels back in their normal position and holds them in place and repairs the abdominal muscle damage so I can do normal activities. I deserve this, and all these women and our families deserve this.
Hello, my name is Tiffany and I am from Palm Beach Gardens, Florida. At the age of 29, I was diagnosed with low-grade ovarian cancer. This unexpected turn of events has had a profound impact on my life, as it has forced me to adjust to a new normal that is far from what I had envisioned for myself. Before my diagnosis, I lived a life deeply rooted in health and athleticism. I was a dedicated professional dancer, pouring my passion into every graceful movement. Sports had been an integral part of my life from an early age, and I thrived on the thrill of competition. Whether it was dancing, playing sports, or simply staying active, I had always embraced a lifestyle that had celebrated physical vitality. Being healthy was not just a choice, it was a way of life that I cherished. Little did I know that my world would be forever altered by the unexpected diagnosis of low-grade ovarian cancer, a curveball that challenged the very essence of the vibrant, active person I once was. Low-grade ovarian cancer has thrust upon me a multitude of both physical and emotional tribulations. Experiencing early menopause at a young age has brought a range of challenges. Mood swings disrupt my emotional well-being, hot flashes are physically uncomfortable, and urinary infections are recurring issues. Night sweats further affect my sleep and add to the overall distress. These symptoms highlight the complex nature of the challenges I face alongside my cancer journey. Currently, I am on a treatment involving hormonal therapy, a combination of Kisqali and letrozole. Regrettably, even with this treatment, the relentless battle continues. Nausea, persistent bone pain, abdominal discomfort, and fatigue continues to be an unwavering challenge, making the treatment intolerable at times. In pursuit of relief, I've turned to over-the-counter remedies like Tylenol and Advil, but they offer little comfort. Moreover, the choices I make regarding my diet and what I consume or drink can often provoke further discomfort. For instance, indulging in fried foods or alcohol can exacerbate my symptoms, intensifying the struggles I face daily. In my ideal world, the treatment I seek wouldn't just address the physical manifestations of this disease, but it would also encompass the emotional toll it imposes. I long for a remedy that not only calms the bone pain and fatigue, but rejuvenates my spirit and vitality. To regain the ability to partake in normal activities without the constant presence of debilitating symptoms would be an immeasurable relief. I envision a treatment that goes beyond just managing symptoms, one that actually tackles the root cause of low-grade ovarian cancer. This, in my mind, offers a glimmer of hope for a future unburdened by the captivity of this disease. My dreams are fueled by the belief that advancements in medical research and technology will usher in breakthrough treatments capable of not only offering a cure, but also significantly enhancing the quality of life for individuals like myself. My life has reshaped in ways I could have never anticipated. These relentless symptoms I endure and the toll they take on my personal relationships serve as persistent reminders of the hurdles that I face. Yet, I remain steadfast in my resolve to continue this journey, hopeful that the future holds the promise of better days, where low-grade ovarian cancer is no longer the defining chapter of my life. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kari. My awareness of having cancer in my body lasted less than 3 months. I hadn't been feeling sick at all, when I found out I had ovarian cancer in April 2020. I realized later that I'd had sporadic back pain, heartburn, and frequent urination, but nothing that seemed worth mentioning to a doctor. I wouldn't even have found out I had ovarian cancer if it hadn't traveled up my umbilicus and out my belly button. After unsuccessful chemo in April and May, all visible cancer was removed by my awesome surgeon in June. Afterward, I heard the term low-grade serous for the first time. As far as I knew, the cancer itself never made me feel sick. I didn't even know it was there. Chemo sucked and surgery recovery was awful, but that was the treatment, not the disease. Every step of the way, I reported to others that I'm doing as well as can be expected. Since the surgery, I've had no evidence of disease for more than 3 years, but I will be living with LGSOC for the rest of my life. When you're in active treatment, if you're lucky, which I was, you have a plan of action and a team of medical professionals taking care of you. Afterward, knowing the high recurrence rates and poor survival statistics, there is no going back to normal after LGSOC treatment. Everyone wants to hear that I'm fine now, or in the clear, when I won't ever be in the clear. It could come back any day, and it's probably what I'm going to die of. I think about the money in my retirement plan that I'll never be able to spend, and I look ahead to events 5 or 10 years in the future and wonder if I'll still be here. On my best days, I know I should be grateful to be in as good health as I am, but I feel like I'm 80 years old. I walk slower, my joints hurt, my back hurts, and every new onset of pain sends me spiraling thinking this is a sign my cancer is back. During my surgery, I had 10 inches of colon removed, which has resulted in my needing to take Senna every day to stay regular. I have hiatal hernias, maybe from surgery, maybe from straining to poop, or maybe from weight gain, and these give me heartburn unless I take Pepcid every day. I'd gained a lot of weight before my diagnosis, which at the time I blamed on eating too much, but maybe it was a symptom of cancer. Since a lot of people associate cancer with weight loss, it feels like a failing that I've continued to gain weight, and it is impossible to lose it. I did Peloton rides 6 to 7 times a week for the first 2 years after cancer treatment, and I didn't get any smaller. I've had trouble maintaining that routine because I'm so fatigued all the time, and because of the joint pain from the hormone blocker letrozole. I started taking letrozole immediately after surgery. I had some knee and foot pain within a few weeks, but it was manageable. Then I tripped and broke my ankle 12 weeks to the day after my cancer surgery, which might be unrelated because there was no indication I'd experienced any bone loss yet, but now I wonder if the joint stiffness from the letrozole made me clumsier. After almost 2 years on the letrozole, I developed unbearable joint pain in my hands. Everyday tasks like doing dishes or opening a jar became excruciating, and my job as a writer became miserable. I worked on a PowerPoint presentation for a few hours and had crippling, aching pain for weeks afterwards. When I asked around in the support groups, I found a lot of people had experienced similar pain, and I tried everything they suggested. Tart cherry, turmeric, Voltaren, massage, CBD, THC, acupuncture, and finally I received relief from cortisone shots in both of my thumb joints. The first time I got them, I overheard a text say, "She's getting them in both hands." And the doctor said, "Yeah, she must be in a lot of pain." Honestly, the shots were not any worse than the pain I was already in. Unfortunately, the pain came back, and successive cortisone shots didn't alleviate it. I tried the other aromatase inhibitors with no improvement and eventually cleared it with my doctor to stop taking them altogether. It wasn't worth the pain. Earlier in my treatment, I'd heard others say that they couldn't tolerate the side effects of letrozole, and I thought they were out of their minds to go off the drugs. If it has the slightest chance of preventing a recurrence, isn't that worth staying on it? But then 2 years later, there I was saying out loud to anyone who would listen that I would rather die than wake up in this much pain. I rationalized who even knew if the letrozole was doing anything. What if the cancer was gone forever and I was suffering for no reason? There was no way to know. Unless if I stopped taking it and the cancer came back, then I'd have my answer. And I guess I'd go back on it if I knew for sure it was keeping me cancer free. but I don't even know if it would be worth the pain. It's funny the things we feel most emotional about. I have told my cancer story to a lot of people, almost always with the attitude of, yeah, it sucked, but I'm doing as well as can be expected, and some silly little joke to reassure them that I'm fine now. But tears streamed down my face every time I had to explain that my hand pain was preventing me from doing some simple task like carrying a salad bowl. I continue to feel disabled by it. It's been months since I've stopped taking any hormone blockers, and I've been in occupational therapy and had another pair of cortisone shots, but I'm still having pain. So even though I'm a success story. My treatment worked. I have no visible sign of disease. I'm not currently on any treatment, but I'm suffering every day from the side effects of the treatment I did have, not even from the cancer. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Morgan, and my journey with LGSOC has profoundly altered my life. It all began September 17th, 2019, when at age 30, I received a stage 4 low-grade serous ovarian carcinoma diagnosis. Before I became a cancer patient, I was a healthy single woman who had just entered her 30s, and I faced a significant life decision: preserving my fertility by freezing my eggs. Having children was something that was important to me in the future, not at this moment. I felt perfectly fine at the time, but an ultrasound, not routine, but done to determine my eligibility for egg preservation, revealed multiple ovarian cysts. This led to a series of tests and scans, including a follow-up CT, that unveiled extensive suspected borderline or low-grade ovarian cancer throughout my abdomen and chest. We wouldn't know for sure until we did surgery. My CA-125 measured 582, a stark contrast to the normal range of below 35. By the weekend before my surgery, I was painfully bloated, and the spotting I'd complained about since my original IUD placement 3.5 years earlier had become nearly constant. Surgery was performed on September 17, 2019 by a gynecologic oncologist surgeon. It included a bilateral oophorectomy, a total abdominal hysterectomy with a vaginal cuff, a total omentectomy, splenectomy, and multiple resections of my bowels, among other procedures. The operation lasted over 9 hours, but remarkably, I left the hospital just 5 days later with no evidence of disease. This all began because I had hoped to preserve my fertility by freezing my eggs. It was a dream of the future, but cancer had other plans. Cancer doesn't wait, and it doesn't care about our dreams. It strikes swiftly and without warning, and it took away the opportunity I had hoped for. 6 weeks later, I began the standard 6 rounds of chemotherapy and a combination of carboplatin and Taxol from October through February of 2020. This was an arduous journey with hair loss, severe diarrhea, painful Taxol rash that covered my face, and anemia that made me short of breath just walking across the room. Recovery was another challenge. Disability lasted 8 weeks following surgery, and when I returned to work, I navigated part-time hours between treatments and worked from home on the days I felt my worst. My life has changed in other ways. I immediately entered menopause at age 30, and I continued with the standard of care for ovarian cancer by taking a daily hormone blocker to prevent estrogen production for 3 years. Finding the right one of these drugs was a Goldilocks experience. I struggled with intense hot flashes, crippling joint pain, and gained over 30 pounds. Ultimately, none of the 4 options worked, and I faced my first recurrence last Thanksgiving in 2022. After standard treatments, there's no clear path once recurrence happens. This disease is often described as a chronic illness because treatments will work for a while and then stop. My only options right now are clinical trials. Earlier this summer, I began a MEK inhibitor protocol, which has side effects almost as brutal as chemo, but with a little less hair loss. The visible manifestations of my treatments have been the hardest to accept. I've experienced an extreme acne-like rash, so raw and red at times that my eyes were the only visible part of my face. I've spent hundreds of dollars on topical and oral medications and washes to calm my skin. I've also purchased hair extensions to try and hide how much my hair is thinning. Nausea on these medications has been more intense than during chemo, causing me to burst blood vessels in my eyes and experience facial swelling. I have muscle weakness, pain, and cramps, severe diarrhea, dry mouth, blurred vision, swelling, and intense fatigue that make daily tasks a challenge. The clinical trial experience has also been challenging. I underestimated the number of appointments, with over 20 in just 3 months. This is especially taxing as a single adult relying on my employer for health insurance. Managing the schedule with various doctors was at times overwhelming. Some side effects require frequent blood tests, and my treatment has had to pause twice due to toxicity levels, ultimately leading to a dosage reduction. In closing, my journey with LGSOC has been a roller coaster of challenges and uncertainties, but I choose to keep fighting. Why? Because I'm 34, and I hope for a future where I can cherish the simple moments, like watching my brand new niece grow up and being there for all of her milestones. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Morgan, and all of our panelists here on this afternoon panel who helped us understand your experiences, your journeys with all of these different treatments and regimens. Now we're at the point in our session today where we're going to, for the second time, open up the discussion to all of you in the live audience and help us build on what we just heard from that incredible panel. If you would like to share your experiences with current treatments, which is where we'll be starting our discussion, I'd like to invite you to call in. You can dial in at 1-703-844-3231. Again, that number is 1-703-844-3231. Dial in now or at any point in the afternoon discussion here, and we will bring you into our conversation and hear about some of the things that you've tried. To get us all now collectively thinking about these topics, we're going to start off with some polling questions. So if you can go ahead and open up your browser tab, go open that browser on your cell phone, go to www.pollev.com/LGSOC, and that's www.pollev.com/LGSOC. We'll keep this up for the afternoon, and as we move to different polling questions, they'll automatically appear there. So our first question for you this afternoon is we want to know what medications or medical treatments have you or your loved one used, either currently or previously, to treat LGSOC and its symptoms. Select all that apply. This is focused on medications and medical treatments. We have another polling question that will focus on some other types of management strategies, but we'd like to know if you've currently or previously used A, chemotherapy, B, aromatase inhibitors, C, pain medications, D, bowel or bladder medications, E, sleep medications, F, antidepressants or anti-anxiety medications, G, over-the-counter products, for example, lubricants, H, other types of medications, or I, if you've not used medications or medical treatments recently. As a reminder for our afternoon session, the percentages you're seeing on these questions that allow our audience to select more than one option are the percents of total responses, not the percentage of people picking any one option. So you can look at the bars and kind of think of them as like relative rankings to one another. So I want to make sure everyone has a chance to get into the system for the afternoon and answer these questions, but at least as it stands, it looks like the most common experience with a medication or medical treatment are aromatase inhibitors, followed by over-the-counter products. We see after that perhaps a grouping of antidepressants and anti-anxiety medications, pain medications, chemotherapy, and then even closely behind that, we see the bowel and bladder medications, sleep medications, and others. No one is reporting that they have not used medications or medical treatments recently. We can move to our second polling question. So here we're expanding beyond just medications and treatments, and here we want to know, what have you or your loved one used to help try to manage LGSOC symptoms? And again, you can select all that apply. The options are A, physical therapy, B, lifestyle changes such as exercise or avoiding stressful situations, C, massage, D, acupuncture, E, CBD products, F, dietary supplements, G, herbal remedies, H, counseling or psychotherapy, I, behavioral therapies or couples sex therapy, J, support groups, K, other different management approaches that you might have tried, or L, I am not currently doing anything to manage LGSOC symptoms. Again, we'll give everybody a few moments here to make all of their selections of the things that they or their loved ones living with LGSOC have tried that go beyond just medications and medical treatments. As it stands, it looks like lifestyle changes and counseling or psychotherapy are some of the most commonly reported, followed by massage and support groups. We see a high reporting of dietary supplements, CBD, and physical therapy. But we have good experience with pretty much everything here, including a number of other things that we haven't had listed. And so we really encourage you to call in, write in, share your experiences with all of these different medications and treatments, as well as these other strategies that go beyond that. We have one more polling question here for our first batch to kick things off. So now I want you to think about everything that you just picked over the last two polling questions. And I want you to think about, how well would you say that that treatment regimen treats the most significant symptoms of your LGSOC or your loved one's LGSOC? Your options are A, not at all, B, very little, C, somewhat, D, to a great extent, or E, if this is not applicable because you're not using any treatments. And as you're making the selection, I want you to think about, what is informing this decision? What if you're one of the, currently about a little over half of people that are saying, it's helped somewhat. What does somewhat mean to you? Which different treatments are you thinking about? And what has, getting some help in terms of treatments meant in terms of helping your quality of life? Same goes for the about a little less than a third of people who are saying that it's helped very little, or around the 5% of people who are saying to a great extent. For those of you who are saying not applicable because you're not using any treatments, we'd still like to hear from you. What has gone into your treatment decision making, even though you're not using any treatments? Are there things that you've considered doing that you're just not doing for one reason or another? That type of decision making can be really informative to all of us. So I want to thank you for this first set of polling. We'll be revisiting some polling questions a little bit later. At this time, I'd like to welcome our Zoom panel, some of your fellow community members who will be sharing some of their treatment experiences and thoughts with us as we work through this afternoon. So maybe, Connie, we can start with you. I want to start our discussions focused on, of course, current treatments, but maybe the current treatments that have been most helpful, or where there's been successes. And we know that isn't going to necessarily mean absolute success or permanent success, but we do want to hear about what maybe has been most helpful or most successful.
Sure. Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Connie, and I am from Madison, Wisconsin, and I'm a one-year LGSOC survivor. And yeah, I would say the treatments that have been most successful would have been the debulking surgery that removed all visible disease, which is a great place to start, as well as the aromatase inhibitor. So far, so good as far as keeping the cancer at bay. But I'm sure some other folks will comment on some of the unfortunate side effects of that medication. But one other thing I found super helpful so far is support groups with other LGSOC survivors, as we are a young group of women most often affected by this. So those have been really helpful for me.
Absolutely. So Connie, just to maybe probe and understand a little bit more about those treatment experiences, how long has it been since the debulking surgery? Can you give us a little maybe timeline of these different treatments?
Sure. So My debulking surgery was at the end of August of 2022, so just over a year ago.
Okay.
Started chemo about a month after that with the 6 rounds of carbo and Taxol, and then after chemo, I think it was a month later that I started my aromatase inhibitor. So everything has gone pretty quickly, but it's as of right now standard of care. That if a recurrence comes, have to deal with that when
Right.
it comes up.
And you mentioned support groups as being helpful. Can you tell us in what ways have they been helpful for you? What aspects of the managing and living with this condition have support groups been valuable?
Sure. So I've joined a few, but they've all been ovarian cancer focused, but specifically the LGSOC support groups have been beyond helpful as far as understanding where we all are in the stage of life.
Yeah.
So, relationships, effects on work and taking care of kids and just all the other responsibilities that you have as a young adult, and having to balance fatigue and joint pain and all of those other side effects that are caused by the actual treatment.
Yeah.
And I should mention I had very minimal actual symptoms of LGSOC. The treatment has actually been much more taxing on me than the disease itself.
Sure.
So
No, that's very informative, and we'll definitely circle back and talk more about some of those kind of trade-offs and downsides of treatments. But thank you so much for sharing that. Jane, would like to ask you kind of the same question. What has maybe stood out to you as being most helpful to you, and in what ways has that you considered that a treatment success?
Yes, so I have been on, so I'm coming from Dunedin, New Zealand, and it's nighttime here. I'm the founder of Cure Ovarian Cancer. What's been most successful for me in terms of treatments, I've been on letrozole and Zoladex for the past 6 years and continue to be NED for my low-grade serous ovarian cancer. But in terms of treatments to manage side effects, for the first few years of my diagnosis, I had a lot of bowel problems following my surgery, and I saw a dietitian, and with a combination of diet changes and medications, I've been able to get on top of that, which has been amazing because it wasn't very pleasant before.
Sure. And if you don't mind me asking, what type of GI issues were you trying to work with that I'm glad to hear, some of these diet changes and kind of working to make those adjustments have helped and has it fully resolved, or is it just much improved?
So I think it hasn't fully resolved, but with active management, it's able to be to not cause me discomfort, which is good. So before my diagnosis, I struggled with loose bowel motions and inconstant urge, but after I developed progressive constipation, and so that's what the treatments have helped with.
Sure. Wow. Well, thank you so much for sharing that, Jane. And Jess, just kind of to bring you into the discussion as well. What stands out maybe as the biggest treatment success for you?
Sure. My name's Jess. I'm 36, based in New York. I've been living with low-grade serous ovarian cancer for 3 years. I am just getting through my first recurrence. A recurrence is a very real thing, which I'm sure we're all familiar with this disease. What really resonated with me from Jane and Connie was the impact on your digestion and your bowel habits is huge. I don't think it's talked about enough. And so many of us go into this thinking about the loss of fertility and like the longevity that we're going to have after these huge surgeries. And we don't even think about the impact that it's going to have on our daily food habits and bathroom habits. So similar to these ladies, I've also felt the side effects of chemo on my digestion while I'm active in treatment, but also day to day. I mean, you just sort of learn what's going to set you off and avoid those things in your diet.
I see.
I think
one incredibly important piece for me has been just movement. Any way that you can move, walking, dancing, yoga helps you mentally and physically to sort of get some kind of balance when things are out of whack.
Sure. And is that, when you talk about like movement, is that you're really speaking to, helping with like GI motility, or is that helpful with other symptoms as well?
Definitely both the GI issues, but also just like mentally to get you out of that headspace that like this is a chronic issue that disrupts your day. I mean, we're talking about bathroom habits that can be really difficult to discuss with people. I mean, you can be at a restaurant and have to excuse yourself, and it can be exhausting and a bit depressing. So I think movement, when you're in control and you can get fresh air or you can be with people you care about, can take your mind off of some of these side effects that can be pretty debilitating.
Sure. Well, thank you so much for sharing and adding on to that. I do see we have a phone caller. We have Susan from St. Marie, Canada, that wants to share some of her treatment experience. Susan, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Hi, welcome. Would love to hear about any treatment experience you'd like to share with us today.
So I was diagnosed in 2018. I live in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, so I had to travel to Toronto to have my surgery. I had had low-grade ovarian, and so I had removal of my uterus, my cervix, my ovaries, part of my vagina, and omentum, and then I was placed on letrozole for 3 years. After that, in about 2021, the letrozole stopped working, and I had a recurrence in my bowel, and so they had to take part of my bowel out, and then I healed from that, and they put me on exemestane. I could not tolerate that. That was in 2021, and so, but at that same time, or 2022, the summer 2022, I got high blood pressure, and my left leg went numb, so I went to Emerge, and I saw a urologist who thought I had a kidney stone, so he put a stent in. And then December of 2022, I went back into Emerge because I was having high blood pressure and pain again. And I saw another urologist who said I was full of cancer. I had cancer that was not caught by the urologist before. So I had to go to Toronto again, and they gave me a nephrostomy, and then they started me on carboplatin, paclitaxel, and bevacizumab. I took that from January of this year till May, where I developed an abscess, so I had to stop what I was taking, and I had to go for surgery again. I went just this past August, and I had to have a colostomy. So I have a colostomy, and I have a nephrostomy, and I am now headed toward palbociclib and fulvestrant that they're going to try on me in about 2 weeks, because I've had a couple of infections since August where I haven't been able to start on treatment right away. So I'm just waiting to start on this next treatment, but I don't feel strong enough. But I'm trying to get better so that I can take this. It's a CDK46 inhibitor. I didn't see it on your messages there with the different drugs, but my question was if the palbociclib was just as good as the other ones in treatment with fulvestrant. So that's where I am right now, and I'm thankful to hear everyone's stories and really get care as fast as you can to stay on top of this.
Well, we really appreciate you calling in, Susan, and walking us through kind of, this kind of really, now, multiple series of interventions and surgeries and progression. I think it really, is helping me and hopefully our audience understand, just how hard this is to, can be, to contain, and, that, while many people maybe don't currently have active disease, it's so important to hear, from people like you, Susan, who are sharing kind of exactly where you're at and what's on the horizon for you. So, again, thank you so much. So I see we have another caller too I'd like to bring in. We have Ingrid from Denver, Colorado, who has wants to share some experience with some chemotherapy and other treatments. So I'd like to bring Ingrid into this discussion and welcome Ingrid to the program. Are you with us? Ingrid, are you with us? Okay, we will work Ingrid, on hopefully getting Ingrid back to the program. If you dropped off, Ingrid, please feel free to call back in. We'd love to hear from you. So I'm going to come to our back to our Zoom panel here, and see, you know, Caitlin or Bailey, do either of you have treatment successes that you would like to share with us? You can give me a little wave of a hand if you do. Yeah. Actually, Bailey, please, would love to hear your experience.
Hi, my name is Bailey, and I am from Kentucky. I was originally diagnosed in 2019 with LGSOC, and I'm currently facing my third diagnosis, my second recurrence. Yeah. And like most women have said, my biggest success in treatment has been surgery. Yeah. And I'm currently waiting a phone call, just sitting right next to my phone, trying to find out if I'm going to be a candidate for a third surgery. Because as we all know, the drugs aren't very effective for LGSOC, so going back under the knife for the third time is going to give me my best shot at life. Yeah, long term. So, you know, that's been my biggest help in treatment. My last surgery was only 7 months ago, so it's growing quicker. It seems to be growing faster. So that's my biggest success in treatment has been surgery.
Surgery and kind of slowing it, knocking it back, slowing it down, but still sounds like you're experiencing progression. Is that progression localized for you? Can you describe that a little bit for us?
Yes, it has recurred in the on the bowel or around the bowel. So I'm currently facing a very tough decision on to go forward with a third surgery if I'm even a candidate, and having and living with a colostomy for the rest of my life, or playing roulette with treatments that aren't even for sure to work. Right. So just doing trial and error. So that's currently the decision. Yeah. Where I'm at right now. So. Yeah. And lots of women are at. So.
Absolutely. Yeah. The uncertainty of knowing and having to make such an important decision, and it sounds like if eligible, decide to get another surgery versus take the risk of time on medication and what that might mean. I do see we have written comments coming in on this topic of some of the things that have been the most helpful. So Nicole, what are we seeing?
Sure. We have Nadina from Ontario, and what she's written in is treatments that worked were heating pad, foot massage. They tend to take away neuropathy symptoms when I get my feet done, and the massages relax my body and mind. They're sure help, but they're not 100%. We have Bobby in Albany. I'm lucky that I only am on letrozole, so there are no chemo side effects. I really can't complain, but I do feel older and less able to take an active part in my life than I believe I would have if it weren't for this disease. Shannon in Ohio wrote in, I finally found a palliative medicine doctor to be my one shining light in this whole disaster. They've been able to help so much with my pain. I wish more women knew about palliative medicine, that it's not just for patients in active hospice.
Wow. Well, thank you everyone who's been writing in, and if we didn't get a chance to read your treatment success comment, know that we are going to take all of our written comments and incorporate them into the Voice of the Patient summary report. I do want to broaden the discussion a bit, and it's kind of, I think we've already started touching on this, that treatments, there's some successes, but there's also some limitations to how successful they can be, but also that they come with downsides. And so at this point, I'd like you to go back to that polling website, open that browser, go to your phone, go to www.pollev.com/LGSOC. And here, I just want to ask you, what are the biggest drawbacks of your or your loved one's current approaches? And we want you to try to select the top 3 biggest drawbacks. So that's the options we have for you are A, that it's not very effective at treating the target symptom. B, it only treats some but not all of the symptoms. C, the side effects. D, the route of administration or the way the drug's delivered. E, that it requires too much effort and or time commitment. F, some other drawback that's not listed here. Or G, if this is not applicable as you're not using any treatments. Again, please select your top 3 biggest drawbacks of current treatment approaches. As we want to understand, where there's still gaps that you all need. Many people have already started to allude to these things, but we'd like to try to address this and tackle this a little more directly. So as it looks like some final results are trickling in, it looks like the top biggest drawback are side effects. So we definitely want to know what those are for you. What side effects are tolerable, which ones are intolerable, or that you tolerate, but it's only for a good reason. We'd love to hear those experiences. We see kind of number 2 here is that it only treats some but not all symptoms. And followed behind that is that it's not very effective even at treating the target symptom. So we've already started to hear a little bit about, where things could, maybe are helpful but not as helpful as they could be. And then we see each other thing here in as top 3 for our individuals attending today's meeting, including route of administration, the time and effort commitment, or other things. And of course, we want to hear about those other things as well. So kind of now that we've seen what's maybe some of the possible drawbacks are, let's have a discussion around that. If you would like to call in and share some of your treatment experiences, I'd invite you to do so at 1-703-844-3231. Again, that's 1-703-844-3231. We'd love to hear about what's helped, what hasn't, or what downsides you've experienced. But let's go back to our Zoom panel here. Caitlin, we haven't had a chance to hear about your treatment experiences. What maybe sticks out to you as you're looking at these different, this whole range of possible different treatments? What's a treatment experience you'd like to share with us?
So, hi, I'm Caitlin, and I live right outside of Baltimore, Maryland. And I was diagnosed with LGSOC on April 29th, 2009, when I was 29 years old. So I've been through a variety of treatments and multiple surgeries related to my initial diagnosis and recurrences. So I have tried progestin. I have tried an estrogen receptor modulator, and I have tried an aromatase inhibitor. I've also done 6 rounds of carboplatin, and I've had multiple surgeries to debulk the cancer. So it's just been having a really good team of doctors that are knowledgeable and have made decisions and plans with me to continue trying new things. And that's really been the most success for me over all of these years.
Yeah, and knowing that you've gone through so much already in terms of different treatment experiences, are there, what would you maybe describe as the biggest gap that, whether it's, thinking back, something could have been able to do something more, or if I could have avoided, a certain, downside of this would have made, the treatment experience, either, better in the long run, or even for you in that, for your quality of life at that point in time?
I think the initial diagnosis came as a complete shock. I woke up from surgery being told that I had cancer and that I could no longer bear children. I had a radical hysterectomy. So the screenings that are available kind of ahead of time, knowing and being more prepared, and dealing with the side effects. Luckily for me, I've had pretty minimal side effects to the medications. Right now I deal with a lot of joint pain in my hips. So just figuring out and navigating that. And also the education around, all of the side effects with, pain with intercourse and doctors not being really knowledgeable on how to navigate that, or really wanting to explore that and see what some options are.
Yeah, no, those multiple areas, there that clearly, treatments and not only treatments, but diagnostics and screening, and even, kind of the clinical care, and what they can offer, and, as a partner to you in this, lots of things, lots of opportunity for, improvement here in the system. So it's important to hear those things so we know, where there is that opportunity to try to address that. As we're thinking about this topic of kind of, treatments that maybe haven't been as helpful, or, maybe treatment, whether or not something's been helpful, these side effects or downsides, I'd like to bring in some others into this conversation and see, is there something that sticks out to you as maybe, the thing that, you tried that just didn't help at all, or nearly as much as you would want, or has had that downside that you'd like to share and speak to. Maybe Jess, we could kick things off with you on this.
Yeah, what Caitlin said resonated a lot, because I think one of the taboo side effects of going through this is the impact on your sexual health.
Yeah.
And where do you go for guidance? How do you retrain your body to be open to that side of you without freaking out that you're going to hurt yourself? I mean, we're human beings and we deserve to feel that like human touch and to feel in touch with our own bodies. So I think one thing that's been really helpful for me is just not being embarrassed to ask questions to either other people in the community or even your own doctor or nurse, if you feel comfortable about like, what is going on down there? What do I have to do to make it feel normal again? Whether it's vaginal lubricants or dilators or pelvic floor therapy. I mean, it's important that you explore your options, because it's your body and you only have one. And so I really encourage you all to not be ashamed about asking these questions, because you're only going to get better if you get some options to explore.
Yeah. And whether Jess, it's you or Caitlin, in terms of how, both of you emphasize the importance of, being able to have those discussions, and just maybe you've, had some more avenues to have those, whether it was with healthcare professionals or sharing some experience. But, in terms of, kind of facilitating intimacy, have there been strategies or products or treatment approaches that have helped, that have come out of those conversations or discussions? Because again, we're really kind of casting a broad net of what we're labeling as treatments, but things that make living life with LGSOC easier. So this is an opportunity to kind of share, teach us, but also with the community.
Mm-hmm. I can add pelvic floor therapy. You can get videos on YouTube. You can get pamphlets from your hospital. it will make it less scary for you to become more in touch with those vaginal muscles that have now atrophied, are now very different after or like a hysterectomy. Dilators, which you can buy online or get through your hospital, help stretch out these muscles that have been totally thrown out of whack with surgery and with being in menopause. And everybody's different, but lubricants, coconut oil, vitamin E oil, aloe-based oil, anything that's natural, that doesn't promote any production of estrogen is really good, because a lot of us have cancer that feeds on estrogen. I think that's really important. And like the bottom line is communication with your partner, with your doctor. Like, you are entitled to pleasure. You are entitled to feeling as normal as possible. And so you should be feeling backed that you have the ability to communicate what you need.
Yeah. Well, I really appreciate, Caitlin and Jess, both of you, helping, bring this up and have a discussion around it. It really is, we heard this morning just how many people, living with LGSOC are facing these issues. So to know that there are treatment strategies, every person is different. I think that was a good point that you made, Jess. So, but knowing that there's options and out there to try and explore that can be successful is great to hear. Again, as we're now kind of, still exploring treatment downsides, maybe treatments that haven't been as helpful, I do want to check in with you, Connie. Is there anything that comes to mind for you that you'd like to share?
Sure. So I think the treatment that I've had the hardest time with is actually the aromatase inhibitor letrozole. So I've been on that since February of this year, and for the first few months it was okay, but then I really started to experience some of the side effects, mainly fatigue and joint pain.
Yeah.
And the joint pain has been so much so that I actually look kind of like I'm 85 years old and hobbling around, and at one point couldn't take my arm to scratch my back or wash my hair in the shower. It was that severe, which I was not expecting at all. From my physicians, I wasn't kind of given the warning, hey, this could be really bad. I was just told to move more. So I think some additional education around the impact of aromatase inhibitors, or potential impact on the quality of your life, would be really important. And one thing I just want to add, since this is, a cancer that is much more common in younger women, we really do need to weigh the quality of life versus the quantity, right? So all these medications that we're trying, none of which are, for our cancer, right? Like letrozole is meant for breast cancer. So we're kind of just hoping it works for ovarian cancer since it's estrogen sensitive. But we really just we're young, we're trying to live our life, continue working, have relationships, and these significantly impact the quality. So if I were to, speak to the FDA, we need more medications that, one, elongate our life, but two, just enhance the quality while we're working through this chronic disease.
Yeah. Well said, Connie. I do see we have a number of written comments coming in on this topic too, so I want to make sure we give voice to some of those. Nicole, what are we seeing?
Okay, so we have Linda from Scotland. She had started trametabib nib with terrible side effects, and she said she was on and off this for over a year when she stopped treatment following numerous hospital admissions with abdominal pain. I've had numerous scans and been referred to other surgeons, but no one will operate, and I'm told that I have stable disease, still on no treatment, but still have abdominal pain. We have Alex, who's in the UK, said, I had difficulty with chemo, and on reflection, I wish I hadn't had it, as my body is really only feeling like it belongs to me now, and some bits are still numb and don't work as well. So, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for those of you who've been writing in. Before we conclude on this topic and kind of broaden to our final one, I do want to circle back and see if, Jane, you have something you want to add to this conversation of, current treatments, where there might be things that weren't as helpful or treatment, kind of downsides.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to speak again on the sexual side effects, and I think
Yes.
it is something that's really challenging, and it's something that I think health professionals don't necessarily think about and realize how impactful it can be on us, because even in breast cancer, this treatment's quite unique in younger women. And so I had incredibly severe side effects in regards to that. I was using Replens 3 times a day, which is 9 times more frequently than it says in the box. And I developed really severe pelvic floor dysfunction. And in retrospect, I wish that someone had sent me to a pelvic floor physio when I was diagnosed and talked a lot more about these side effects. But that said, there wasn't someone at the time in my home city, and the nearest one was 5 hours drive away. So that made it difficult. But yeah, my symptoms got worse, and I ended up in daily pelvic pain. And I had, in addition to intense pelvic floor physiotherapy and self therapy, I needed Botox injections into my vaginal wall, which isn't very pleasant, but was helpful to helping with some of those side effects. But even with all of those treatments and trying dilators and other things, I haven't been able to tolerate penetrative intercourse since. And that's something that is really hard when you are quite young. And I'm incredibly glad that, you know, I'm one of the few people who's fortunate that my treatment continues to work. And so I do take it, but there are definitely it impacts your life in so many ways. And I think part of the difficulty with this type of side effect is that there is a taboo a little bit in society about talking about it. And so it's just why I wanted to put it out there in public, I guess. Yeah.
No, and we're so thankful that you know, just now, Jane, you know, to know, you know, that you know what you're experiencing, but you know you continue experiencing in order to, you know, have the kind of treatment efficacy, you know, and maintain that, but you're, you know, have this big trade-off and that you're living with in your life and having to, you know, you've tried so much to try to overcome, but it just, you know, isn't possible for you. And I think we all, FDA, everybody, you know, values hearing that. So thank you so much. Any from our panel here, we'll wave of a hand, any other maybe treatments that we haven't talked about yet that are you think would be important to mention before we shift gears one last time? And I'll check in with Nicole, any final current treatment experiences that from the web written comments you might want to share?
Sure. Yeah, I have one from Betty. She's in Deltona, and that she had frontline chemo, Avastin, letrozole, tamoxifen. Then she had a recurrence, 8 months on the RAMP 201 trial, and had a progression, an anastrozole that she stopped due to fractures. So she has no treatments right now at the moment, and so they're considering what clinical trials that she could do or inhibitors. And she says, I'm afraid of taking meds that could cause more back fractures.
Wow. Well, I want to thank everyone who's weighed in on this topic of current treatments or the multiple discussions we've had around it. There's been so much to unpack, and I mean, it's been coming up since the very start of the day. You know, you can't talk about you know, living with LGSOC without talking about, you know, the different surgeries and you know, medications and treatment approaches, because in so many ways, you know, it was so profound to hear how, you know, many of the symptoms, you know, are commingled with so many of the side effects, and it's hard to even distinguish. And so, you know, while we've been targeting it here this afternoon, just worth mentioning that you know, it's been, you know, such an kind of it's such a part of living with this condition that, you know, it's hard to actually distinguish from the condition from what I've heard today. So I do want to shift to our final topic, which is, you know, getting your input on what it is you would be looking for from an ideal future treatment. So we're going to go to polling one last time for the day. So you can go to www.pollev.com/LGSOC. And here we do want to ask, short of a complete cure, because that's something that we all want for LGSOC, but we're thinking about what might come before we can get to that cure. What specific things would you look for in an ideal treatment for the condition? And please select the top 3. The options we have are A, prevent disease progression, B, treat underlying cancer, C, help with fatigue, D, help with bowel or bladder function, E, reduce pain, or F, some other specific thing that you would look for in a next future treatment that is a top 3 thing you would be looking for out of that future medical product. So again, as you're answering this question, think about what is it that's informing kind of what it is you're looking for, and what would be your measure of success be? What would translate to something that would be meaningful to you if you could see this in a next future treatment coming along, and what would you need to know about that before you would choose to try that new product? I've learned from you all that you're very experienced at trying unproven medications and medications that have risks, and so how does that experience inform how you would think about future treatments? So as it stands, it looks like preventing disease progression is the top rated thing that the audience is looking for, followed closely by treating the underlying cancer. After that, we see a big drop off, but we see reduced pain, helping with bladder and bowel function, and helping with fatigue, all rated in a number of people's top 3, as well as a number of other things. And so we'd want to hear about those as well, your top treatment goals. So as we come into this discussion, I'd like to kick things off with our Zoom panel of discussion starters. And so here, maybe we can start with you, Bailey. This is kind of, an opportunity to, help us understand, what are your treatment goals or priorities? What would be, again, short of that cure, kind of top of your list of what you would like to see?
Sure. My number one priority that I picked is to prevent treatment progression, so that I can be here longer. Of course, quality of life is important, very important, but I ultimately need to be here for my family. So that's what I chose.
Yeah. And in terms of that kind of priority of being able to prevent, help with the progression, is there, obviously if we could completely stop the progression, that would be kind of curative. Is there a way that you think about, if a drug could come along and help with some of that progression, would that be of benefit to you? Or, kind of what would your, internal, I don't want to say a metric, but what are your goalposts?
Sure. So, like I said earlier, my disease is on my bowel. So the function of my bowels has been greatly impacted by this. So, just having functioning bowels and I think Jess mentioned having to get up at a restaurant and or during the middle of a ball game, during an important moment. And it's just constant. It's constant. So I spend a lot of time in the bathroom, and unfortunately, and being a teacher of young kiddos, I can't just leave the classroom to go to the bathroom anytime. So it's greatly impacted my career as well, unfortunately. So that would be very important to me for treatments moving forward.
No, that's very helpful. Thank you so much. Jess, I'd like to get your thoughts on this question of, what would you look for in a ideal future treatment?
Early detection that's accurate, that takes into account your family history and sort of the genetic makeup that you're dealing with and how that kind of can tell a story about where you're at and what treatments make sense for you. Like so many people with this disease, you have these sort of subtle symptoms, these vague symptoms that can be literally anything. And oftentimes the doctor will dismiss it because they're so vague. So a future with an encouraged early detection test that people don't have to seek out because their sister or mother had ovarian cancer would be great. Because I have young cousins who are begging their doctors to do a CA-125 blood test or a vaginal x-ray of sorts, and they are turned down. They are told that insurance will not cover it. You got to wait until you have a symptom. And that's crazy because I had no symptoms. So some sort of early detection.
Yeah, it's an interesting take, not a treatment itself, but something that helps, more tailored and early intervention is what I'm hearing loud and clear from you, Jess, so thank you. Kind of just going around here, Jane, same question, what is kind of your top treatment goal or preference for a future treatment?
Yes, well, I think I probably speak for a lot of people in that the effectiveness on the cancer is the top priority in terms of that, and ideally shrinking the cancer too, because cancer comes with side effects, and keeping it away for as long as possible. But thinking back to kind of the nice to haves, really one of the things that hasn't been discussed yet is just easy administration. And so I think, letrozole is not necessarily a nice drug, but the fact that you can take it at home, it doesn't need to be refrigerated, it's easy to access, is that convenience, whereas one of the other treatments I have is a big thick needle that I need to visit the doctor every 3 months for, and if you're traveling and you need that, then that becomes slightly more awkward. You do have to plan your life around that a little bit, and that's a lot less inconvenient than a lot of the other treatments that are out there, I know. So
Yeah, I appreciate you raising this, Jane, because it's, you kind of have your top priority, but this is something that can really help, make things more accessible and more even approachable and tolerable for people. So thank you for adding that to kind of this list that we're building of kind of future treatment goals. Connie, would like your thoughts on what we should be looking for a future treatment that would be helpful for you.
Sure. So agree with everyone. I mean, top is preventing disease progression. But kind of going back to what I said earlier, just about quality of life, because these treatments are just so rough on women, and it really affects how much you can enjoy your life while you're on treatment to prevent it from progressing. So I think that would be my number one, is just the significant side effects, and really thinking through those of, if this is a medication we're going to have to take for the rest of our lives, which a lot of these are, just truly how that impacts our happiness and the ability to do the things we want to do and spend time with our loved ones.
Yeah. So. And Connie, is there a specific example that comes to mind to just kind of help, because there's so many different kinds of side effects we've talked about today?
Sure. So I think my top one is pain. So pain and sexual function are two that just, pain, I'm traveling, that's why I'm in my car, so sorry, but pain, literally just walking and, spending time with my family, literally activities of daily living, nothing major. I'm not going to run a marathon, but I just want to walk up the stairs and take a shower without constantly being reminded of my cancer as well. That really has a mental impact.
Right.
And being now 38 years old, and the impact this has had on my sexual health and my relationship is huge. So that also, being this young is really hard. So.
Thank you, Connie. And last but not least, Caitlin here on our Zoom panel. Definitely want to hear what your thoughts are on a future treatment.
As far as future treatment, I would love to see a medication that can shrink the tumors and the growth instead of requiring these incredibly invasive surgeries every time something pops up. And I would love to see more doctors, just gynecologists, oncologists, more aware and familiar with this disease and understanding the need for early screening and understanding the impact that it will have on somebody's life and providing resources for a patient once they are diagnosed and knowing that it impacts every aspect of your life, especially when most of us are so young. It just has an incredible toll on looking to the future and just not even knowing where to begin. So education for sure, but as far as treatment, definitely something that would not require surgery.
Yeah, we heard so much about all of the complications and that come with surgery, and so hear you loud and clear on that. So I really want to thank our Zoom panel for all of their contributions to the discussion this afternoon. We do have a phone caller I want to get to, but before going there, just wanted to thank each and every one of you as you've contributed so much to this dialogue. So we do have Ellie from New Jersey who's calling in to share some of her thoughts around what she'd like to see from a future treatment. So Ellie, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Hi, yes, thank you.
Hi, welcome.
Thanks for having me. So I've been listening in to everyone's stories, and I think that a theme has been that oftentimes the side effects of the treatment are worse than the side effects that we had when we had cancer and didn't know it prior to diagnosis. And I think that, I would like to see us have a treatment that sees us as a holistic patient and limits the side effects that we are all talking about, the pain, the menopause side effects, so that we're not in a position where we're making a decision between continuing treatment or keeping our job or spending large amounts of money out of our own pockets to try to mitigate the side effects when we know as low-grade patients that we will be on these treatments likely forever. I would love to see a treatment that has just less day-to-day side effects.
Absolutely. And is there, for you, Ellie, is there, you mentioned a number of kind of different side effects, but is there, maybe using an example of a side effect, could you tell us that you would, is there, I guess, a level of side effect that depending on what the treatment could accomplish for you, that would be acceptable, or how do you think about and weigh kind of the trade-offs of benefit and risk?
I think for me, the biggest issue is probably joint pain, and I just wish that there was a treatment option that I could have that would slow disease progression without being in debilitating pain, because the pain just impacts every part of my day, and I have to spend a lot of time and money outside of treatment to try to help myself with those side effects. Like I go for massages and medical marijuana and things like that I spend my own money on because I'm not willing at this point yet to stop the treatment, but I just hate that we're in a position to even think about that.
Right. Yeah. Well, that makes a lot of sense to me, Ellie, and I appreciate you calling in and saying it. So, really appreciate your contributions here on what it is that we should be looking for from future treatments. I do see we have a number of people who've been writing in as we've been having this discussion. So, Nicole, can you share some of what we're seeing from the web?
Sure. We have Lisa that wrote in about targeted therapy, targeted medications for specific mutations or gene markers, treatments with fewer manageable side effects, treatments and management that don't require several CT scans yearly. Additionally, Amy from Maine wrote in, I would like to see treatments that have significant impact on extending life without seriously degrading quality of life. I would like to be able to use my brain effectively as I write and study a lot as a retired professor, and would like to return to the level of activity I had before diagnosis. So definitely a lot of similar comments, ease of use, and then I'm going to do the last one of ease of use. And the comment was, daily medication is better suited for me and my lifestyle as an active person. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, I want to thank everyone for all of their contributions today, every one of you who's called in, the many of you who have written in, all of course, our Zoom discussants and our panelists who prepared statements. It's really been an incredible day, and as your moderator for today, as we now kind of wrap up this discussion, I just can't thank you enough for everything that you've poured into today's meeting. You truly have been brave and pulled back the curtain on what it is to live with LGSOC. It has a lot of the topics we've covered today have been very personal in their nature, and you all are extremely strong and persevering women, and to really point out the things that are hard. And they're not trivial things, the worries that you have to cope with, about your life and your future, on top of the physical burden that both the disease and the treatments layer on top of you every single day. It's been truly profound for me to hear all of that, and so I just personally want to, from the bottom of my heart, thank you all. For everything that you've given today, and hopefully we can take that and give it back to you as we advance drugs and hopefully towards approvals for you. So with that, we're now moving to start to close our meeting and give a summary of what we heard today. It's an impossible task to give a summary of everything that we've heard, but we want to at least try to share some of the key things that maybe stuck out. And so it's my privilege to introduce my friend and colleague, Larry Bauer, who's kind of the perfect person to try to do this. Larry is a nurse by background, and went and spent 17 years at the NIH, where he was in clinical research. He then went to the FDA, where he co-founded the Rare Diseases Program within the Center for Drugs, where he worked as a regulatory scientist for 10 years to help advance drug development for rare diseases. And he has now been part of the family that's helped plan this meeting for today. So without further ado, Larry, take it away.
Thank you so much, James. It's been an incredible day. Like James said, I just have a few minutes, and you guys talked about a lot of symptoms, a lot of treatments. So I've kind of cherry picked. This is just some of the highlights from the meeting. So our meeting today was opened by Nicole Andrews, who's the board chair of STAAR Ovarian Cancer Foundation, and also a person living with LGSOC. That opening was followed by a presentation from Dr. Leila Amiri Kordestani from the FDA's Office of Oncologic Diseases within CDER. Dr. Amiri Kordestani shared that patient-focused drug development meetings are valuable to the FDA because they learn from the experts, the people that are living with the condition as well as their caregivers, to help facilitate new treatment development, design clinical trials, and review new drugs for LGSOC. This talk was followed by a clinical overview presented by David Gershenson from the University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center to give us all some foundational knowledge. He said that LGSOC is a rare epithelial ovarian cancer subtype. MD Anderson has developed a binary low-grade versus high-grade system for evaluating ovarian cancer. And this condition represents less than 10% of epithelial ovarian cancers. It's diagnosed at a younger age, with the median age being 45. 90% of people diagnosed are Caucasian, and 80% of cases are stage 3 at diagnosis, and another 80% of cases relapse after treatment. We then shifted to our morning topic, which was health effects and daily impacts of LGSOC. We heard from a panel of speakers Our first speaker was Ellie, who's 30 years old. She was diagnosed at age 27. She said dealing with premature menopause has been really significant to her. She also has chronic joint pain, which impacts her ability to do sign language in her profession as a teacher of the deaf. Her libido's been impacted, affecting her relationships, and not being able to carry a child has been devastating for her. Next, we heard from Laura, who reported to us from England. Laura's 37 years old. She had 2 children prior to her diagnosis and had a subsequent hysterectomy. Menopause for her started at age 30. She suffers from bloating, pelvic pain, sweating, and worries about how her lifespan will be impacted. Some of her side effects and the mental impacts do not get better. Next, we heard from Dima, who was told reportedly that she was normal or maybe just hormonal. She had 1 ovary and part of another removed at age 21. And then a decade later, she developed ovarian cancer, even after her ovaries were removed. She developed menopause in her 20s, which was challenging, and she dealt with symptoms in silence. It's been a mental and emotional roller coaster, but she was able to harvest eggs prior to surgery and has had triplets. Next, we heard from Emma, who's currently 29 and developed symptoms at age 26. An ultrasound found a mass on her ovary about the size of a grapefruit. Early menopause has taken a toll on her new marriage and not being able to have biologic children with all of the life experience that come with that, which has been a huge loss. She's experienced disease-related resentment, fear, and anxiety. And then finally in the morning, we heard from Lisa, who lost her daughter Lexi earlier this year at age 29, which was only 2 years and 3 months after her diagnosis. She had been the picture of health prior to diagnosis, but had an emergency ovarian cystectomy with a biopsy that found the LGSOC. Lexi fought bravely against the cancer, but developed lymphedema, blood clots, and peritoneal ascites. Eventually, symptom overload caused withdrawal of all treatments and disqualified her from research studies. So overall, from the morning, we heard that LGSOC, it's challenging to detect, especially because it affects young women in the prime of life. Menopause from early hysterectomy is extremely distressing and robs young women of the chance to have children. We've heard that LGSOC does not end after surgery, but continues to have sequelae with worries about recurrence. Fatigue, pelvic pain, and depression are incredibly impactful. And we heard from caregivers as well about how painful this disease is for the entire family. In the afternoon, we shifted gears a little bit to hear about perspectives on LGSOC treatments. The afternoon was kicked off with a treatment overview by Dr. Rachel Grisham from Sloan Kettering Cancer Center. She stated that there's no clear standard of care yet for LGSOC. She reviewed the current trials that are in development, and she talked a little bit about how LGSOC has been chemo-resistant and that the research for targeted therapies in this condition is ongoing. Next, we heard from our afternoon panel. Dina kicked us off. She's 47 years old and has lived with recurrent LGSOC for over 25 years. Her first experience was at age 22. She took hormone replacement therapy, but later found out it actually could grow her type of cancer. She took chemo and Taxol post-op, then Rubraca, which worked for about 4 years, but the tumor grew back. Then she shifted to trametinib, which caused a severe and painful face rash, and it's been challenging to participate in a clinical trial that is not near her home. We heard from Ginger, who said she has to listen to her body. She had a complete hysterectomy from the cervix up, a colon resection, and appendectomy, robbing her of feeling whole like a woman. Chemotherapy has had toxic side effects, and she's used marijuana for sleep and nausea. She's used Toradol for pain, and it takes electrolytes that were severely depleted from chemo. And she wants a treatment that simply allows her to live a longer, fuller life. Tiffany, she had been very physically active and then was diagnosed at age 29. She takes a combination of Kisqali and letrozole for hormone therapy. She tries to minimize alcohol and fried food consumption, which exacerbates symptoms. She wishes there were treatments for the physical symptoms as well as the emotional ones. She would like to participate in normal activities again and she wishes that there was a treatment that would tackle the root cause of LGSOC. Next, we heard from Kari, who was diagnosed in 2020. She had chemo and surgery recovery, which were awful. She feels like she's 80 years old sometimes with various body pains. She takes Senna and Pepcid for GI issues. She's also been on letrozole, which has had side effects of unbearable joint pain, which has not responded to cortisone injections in her hands. And even though her treatment was effective, she deals every day with debilitating chronic side effects. We also heard from Morgan, who was diagnosed with stage 4 LGSOC at age 30. She had a 9-hour plus surgery that removed many internal organs. Surgery was followed with 6 rounds of chemotherapy. She lost her hair, had diarrhea, became short of breath, anemic, and developed a rash. She underestimated the number of visits her clinical trial she participated in would require and was overwhelmed with the schedule. So in the afternoon, we heard about the tremendous unmet medical need in the LGSOC community, and they still have no FDA-approved product specific for their disease. Treatments are not always effective, and tumor surgery, we heard again and again, is extensive. Many of the treatments have serious side effects that limit their usage. Preventing progression is a very common desire that almost everyone expressed. And I think this community, it looks like there's a lot of research going on, and I think this community is willing to participate in these clinical research studies to try to help move the future of LGSOC and our understanding of the natural history of it and the treatment. So now to close the meeting, back to Nicole in the studio. Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughtful summary, Larry. This has been an incredible day and helped us all better understand low-grade serous ovarian cancer, its impact on individuals and families, and the need for better therapies for LGSOC. Thank you to the FDA staff who attended today, and thank you to William Llewellyn, Lena Merzug, and Karen Jackler from the FDA's patient-focused drug development staff who guided us through this process over the many months of planning. Thank you to James Valentine and Larry Bauer from Hyman, Phelps, and McNamara, whose assistance in planning and moderating today's meeting have been invaluable. We couldn't have done it without you. Thank you to Dudley Digital Works media team for the production planning and all the behind-the-scenes work they've done today. A big thanks to the STAAR ovarian cancer volunteers who have given countless hours to the planning of today's meeting, including but not limited to Morgan Gaynor, Kari Newmeyer, Ellie Habib, Emma Schlam, Carol Groh, Amanda Royce, the STAAR Board of Directors, and organizational partners Jane Ludman from Cure Our Ovarian Cancer, and Clara McKay from World Ovarian Cancer Coalition. And finally, a huge thanks goes to you, the LGSOC community. Thank you for honestly sharing what your lives look like with low-grade serous ovarian cancer and its current treatments. This meeting would not have been possible without each of you who were vulnerable and shared your stories. We know today's meeting may bring up strong emotions for those attending whose lives are affected by LGSOC. Next week, we are offering a support group meeting moderated by our partners at the Clarity Foundation for affected individuals and their family members who need it. Information will be provided through email with the details and a link to that meeting. In the coming weeks, we'll compile all of the information from today's meeting, including polling data and comments, into a Voice of the Patient report, which will be available on both the STAAR and the FDA websites. The form to submit comments for the report is open for another 30 days, so please consider submitting additional comments, which will be added to the Voice of the Patient report. A recording of today's meeting will be available on demand immediately following this meeting at the same page you are on now. Today's meeting will have a lasting impact on the future of low-grade serous ovarian cancer research and medical product development. So once again, to the entire low-grade serous ovarian cancer community, thank you for making your voices heard today.